Welcome to this meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Today's October 13th, 2020. We'll start with our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. A roll call vote. Ms. Clerk? A roll call.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council. Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. Mayor Pro Tem Snedden.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
And Mayor Murillo.
Here. Thank you. Mr. Casey, are there any changes to the agenda, please?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Ms. Clerk, can we go to ceremonial items? And the first one is National Arts and Humanities Month. And I think you said we have a couple of community members. Ready?
Yes. Yes, Madam Mayor. We have 2 community members, and they also will be playing a video. So, Madam Mayor, perhaps you'd like to read the proclamation and then we'll go forward with that.
Thank you. National Arts and Humanities Month, October 2020. Whereas October has been recognized as National Arts and Humanities Month by the White House and Congress for more than 30 years. And whereas arts, humanities, and creative cultural expression uniquely inspire local identity and belonging, acknowledge, celebrate, and bridge differences, and reflect our shared humanity. And whereas Santa Barbara's diverse creative communities, artists, and makers contribute vision, innovation, education, and resilience that uniquely sustain and enrich the lives of all residents. And whereas the arts and culture industry significantly benefits Santa Barbara's economy, with the nonprofit arts sector generating almost $200 million in annual economic activity while supporting the full-time equivalent of 6,000 local jobs. And whereas in a successful 35-year partnership with the county, the city grants over $400,000 annually to support myriad nonprofit arts and culture organizations to foster more equitable access to the arts. And whereas the city provides annual support for iconic cultural events, such as Summer Solstice Celebration and the Santa Barbara International Film Festival. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Murillo, by virtue of authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, California, do hereby proclaim October 2020 as National Arts and Humanities Month in Santa Barbara and encourage everyone to celebrate, participate in, and promote arts and culture in our community for the benefit of present and future generations. So, Ms. Clerk, let's call up the 2 folks. I assume they want to speak and then do their, okay, go ahead.
Very good. Let's do that. We may have an issue playing the video here, but we'll have our speakers first and then we'll give the video a shot. And first we have Margie Yavi.
Hi. I was hoping that, thank you. I was hoping that we would have the video first, but the video that you're about to hear was made by Santa Barbara High School students, and they're singing Over the Rainbow remotely. I think you're gonna really love it. I think it's really an appropriate song. It sort of makes me sad, but it also is reminding me that someday soon we're gonna find our way over the rainbow where the skies are blue again. So it's kind of an appropriate song. The video was made by Santa Barbara High School students as a tribute to Ada Lehman, who was retired this last June as the Performing Arts Director at Santa Barbara High School. And it exemplifies how our students are connecting and inspiring through the arts during these times of social distancing. So I wanted to thank the city for your continued support of the arts during these times. Through the Community Arts Grant Program, the city of Santa Barbara helps create equitable arts opportunities for everyone and focuses on the inclusion of diverse communities and artists is one of the main criterias that we're looking at when we're evaluating the grant applications. And with these grants, the city supports arts and culture for all members of the public in after-school programs, in senior citizens, and community spaces. And the other grant that we're reviewing is the organizational development grants, and those grants help our nonprofit sector operate sustainably and weather these challenging times. So Santa Barbara is a tapestry of phenomenal arts and culture organizations, and this critical funding really helps keep them here. We really are truly thankful for your ongoing commitment to the arts and approving these grants. Thank you so much.
Is there someone else that wanted to make remarks on this, Ms. Gorman, or are we going to try to put the video on?
Let's try the video and then we'll have Barry Dorsey. And let's give this a shot here. Nope. Looks like that's a video. I know it's a video from last week, so we will send our apologies for that. So Barry Dorsey is our next speaker on this item, and you are unmuted, Mr. Dorsey. You may go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Barry Dorsey. I'm pleased to serve as the chair of the city's Community Events and Festivals Committee. And as a member of the hospitality community, I'm grateful for the city's funding for nonprofit organizations that boost the cultural vibrancy of Santa Barbara, which results in overnight accommodations. This in turn benefits the city with transient occupancy tax. And in addition, some of the ancillary spend generates sales tax for the city. Our guests appreciate the rich and diverse cultural opportunities here in Santa Barbara. And our committee is proud to serve the city. And we thank you for the continued grant funding that supports the arts. Stay safe out there.
Thanks, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Gorman, are we going to try the video again?
Madam Mayor, no, it looks like it may not have been loaded into this particular meeting. So it was a really lovely video of students singing Over the Rainbow. So we can all picture that. It was very sweet.
You know, we will be doing council member assignment reports later if we can load it up for the end of the meeting and we can enjoy it. So, well, we will move into public comment. And the first thing we're doing there, which I will also mention when we get to the official council member assignment reports, is a proclamation that I issued yesterday for Indigenous Peoples Day. And I know we have public commenters, Ms. Clerk, who are on the line waiting to make remarks about this, and I'll go ahead and start this reading. Indigenous Peoples Day, October 12, 2020. Whereas Indigenous Peoples Day is a holiday that celebrates the Native and Indigenous people in our city, the Americas, and the world, commemorating and honoring their cultures, traditions, rights, and resiliency. And whereas the Chumash were the first residents of the Santa Barbara region, inhabiting California's Central Coast and the Channel Islands from time immemorial. And whereas the city of Santa Barbara recognizes Indigenous people as valued members of our local community who contribute greatly to the area's vibrant culture, rich history, local economy, strong workforce, creative arts, philanthropic efforts, and diverse social landscape. And whereas the city of Santa Barbara expresses respect for every group within the Chumash community and extends an invitation to connect with our city government and elected representatives. And whereas Santa Barbara gladly joins multiple cities nationwide who recognize Indigenous Peoples Day as a day to honor, celebrate, and support Indigenous peoples. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Kathy Murillo, do hereby proclaim October 12, 2020 as Indigenous Peoples Day in Santa Barbara. Ms. Clerk, we can take public comment on this item.
Very good. We do have a number of people who would like to speak in in public comment. So I am going to start listing the names of persons who have called in, and we'll pull up our timer here in a moment. We have Crystal Barros, Marcus Lopez, Ana Rosa Rizzo Santino, Anna Marie Gott. Crystal Barros. We'll
Thank you.
pull up our timer and then you can go ahead. Very good. Crystal Barros, please go ahead.
Sorry, sorry about that. Yes, good afternoon, everybody. I think that's awesome about the Indigenous Peoples Day. Although that was not why I wanted to talk yet. In general public comment, is that okay?
Ms.
Or is
Barros,
this
were you,
just for-
this is general public comment. Were you wanting to
okay.
talk about mobile home park issues?
No, actually, yes, but that'll be later.
Okay,
but
then go ahead.
For general public comment, I was wanting to ask if it would be possible going forward that the city council agenda be made available both in Spanish and in English. Evidently, it's not. And there are people that I know that would have been affected, that are affected directly by today's meeting, that in my little mobile home park that I can't present, they can't effectively participate. So that's it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Ms. Clerk?
Very good. Our next speaker is Marcus Lopez and Miriam Lindbeck. Marcus Lopez, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, City Council members and Madam Mayor. Thank you for this proclamation. We want to thank the Guatemala Chumash Tribal Council, wants to thank the council and the public. We had tremendous support of the changing to Huta Street. We look forward in development to assist our Chumash community to come together to establish a Truth and Healing Council in the future. By doing this, we can continue what the governor office has proposed for this great state of ours. We want to voice out to all families to be safe, healthy, and create environment within Santa Barbara so we can be proud of not only where we came from, but most importantly, where we need to go. So once again, I'd like to thank all the council members, thank the tremendous support of the public for this change to Huta Street, and we look forward to working with all the Chumash bands to come together and not only speak with one voice, but to heal the different historical traumas that we have occurred within our community. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sam Cohen. Sam Cohen, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. First of all, I also would like, my name is Sam Cohen. I'm the Government Affairs and Legal Officer for the San Ynez Band of Chumash Indians. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. First, I want to thank the City Council again for renaming Indio Muerto Street. I know we went through the process, first going to the renaming committee and then having a unanimous decision by the City Council and the San Ynez Band of Chumash. Thank you for moving that name and renaming the street. Today, we're here to thank you again for commemorating Indigenous Peoples Day, which was yesterday. The County of Santa Barbara also passed a resolution last week to support Monday, October 12th as Indigenous Peoples Day. The governor of the state of California commemorated Indigenous Peoples Day as well. And it's very encouraging that the city of Santa Barbara is also supporting Indigenous Peoples Day. We do recall that this board voted to support Indigenous Peoples Day while at the same time continuing to celebrate Columbus Day. And tribes in my experience, do not celebrate Columbus Day for obvious reasons. And, you know, not only do we have problems with Columbus, but we also have problems with the Spanish occupation of California. But we are pleased to thank you yet again for celebrating Indigenous Peoples Day as of yesterday, the 12th day of October 2020. Thank you very much again.
Thank you. And to clarify, we replaced Columbus Day with Indigenous Peoples Day here in Santa Barbara. So thanks. Next speaker, please.
Very good. Next speaker is Miriam Lindbeck, then Ana Rosa Rizzo Centino. Miriam Lindbeck, please go ahead.
I believe I'm unmuted now. Good afternoon, Mayor and the City Council. I love what you have done for October the 12th. Thank you so much. So Miriam here from Safe Technology for Santa Barbara County, and I wish to read this into the record. Last week, I addressed the issue of backup systems, and I've continued to look into the matter and have additional information. There are many types of batteries, and some would not be as much of a fire hazard as would be lithium batteries. But batteries do have to be maintained, and our city would need to know just how that would be done. In the case of diesel fuel generators, there would have to be intake and exhaust pipes above ground made safe for children and animals. How would this impact aesthetics? The tanks would have to be inspected and maintained for rust, refilling, and pipelines checked for damage from earthquakes and earth events. We already know how utilities fail on maintenance. Adding even more upkeep to the equation is problematic. Backup power is a significant issue. We are writing in public comment to the CWPP discussing this matter and many others relating to cell towers. It is mission critical that our firefighters know exactly what these backup systems entail and that they have a regulatory voice in the matter. Now for a very important detail on 4G, 5G from attorney Scott McCullough. 4G was built to connect covered people. 5G can easily operate on the traditional lower bands used for cellular service and connect solely through the macro cells, especially when it is supporting the covered personal wireless service that is given special protection from local regulation under state and federal law. 5G is all about connecting non-covered things, the Internet of Things. Covered people are a mere afterthought. It is vital to emphasize this important legal issue. While 5G small cells can be used to support traditional mobile service, 5G small cells mostly exist to support services, features, and functions other than those protected by state and federal preemptive provisions. One of the features of 5G technology is streaming video, but they omit to inform us that a very large amount of that will be surveillance video from wireless cameras in public areas that silently capture every move and record faces and license plates for future identification. The network will also have advanced capabilities that precisely identify and record the location of every user device, including privately owned IoT devices in refrigerators and children's toys, and capture immense amounts of transactional data and sometimes even content from each device. All this personal information will be available for correlation, identification, and sale to third parties, including the government. 5G will lead to more intrusive tracking and private data exploitation by large and mostly unseen companies and the government. The early money for 5G will come from surveillance and the sale of people's private information, not revenue earned from voice, text, or push-to-talk capability. Is this what our city truly wants? Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ana Rosa Rizzo Centino, then Anna Marie Gott, then Roger Rittner. Ana Rosa Rizzo Centino, please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I want to thank the City Council for the proclamation of Indigenous Peoples Day, as well as everyone who called in about the renaming to Hutash Street. And with that recognition that we need to be mindful and respectful of our Chumash siblings, I think it's really important that for me, being an organizer that's living and working on the Central Coast, I feel like it's important that we acknowledge that we are on unceded Chumash lands. And if that's something that the city council would consider maybe starting off your meetings with a land acknowledgement that is meaningful. Acknowledging the fact that we are on unceded Chumash lands. I think that would go a long ways. And of course, there's still so much work that needs to be done, like the Truth and Healing Commission that Marcus Lopez Sr. alluded to, which we are also in support of at La Casa de la Raza. So yeah, definitely in support of all those things, but just to remember that Indigenous Peoples Day should be every day. So let's not forget whose land we're on. And I would also support the fact that the person who said that our agenda should be in Spanish as well, because that would open the government to more accessibility to Spanish speakers in our community.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
So as I've advocated for years, I would also urge you to actually go ahead and release all of your agendas in Spanish. It's not fair for much of our community not to be aware of what is going on in the community and of meetings. More importantly, we really do need to ensure that individuals who do not have a computer can actually call in and make a comment on an item, just like the county does. Our city does not allow that. Regarding though the item that I really wanted to talk about today is about bids. I've been made aware that projects are being put out to bid, sometimes with only 8 days notice for people to turn around a bid, which means that we are going to get the most expensive bid possible versus a bid that is out for 30 or 40 days. So I just want to bring that to your attention. I also want to bring to your attention what happens when someone puts in a bid. They actually have to have a site design with a lot of specifications. They have to know number and quantity and feet, and they need to know how everything is lined up, for instance, on a street. And when you have an item that is going to be on your agenda, where a site design should actually be included because maybe the members of the public or the HLC or the ABR or the Planning Commission has never seen the site design, and you are going to actually be approving something, shouldn't that site design be available, one, when the agenda is put out, and for the public to actually see it if you're going to be taking action? I would think that that would be common sense, especially when things, actually need the approval of ABR or HLC to get some sort of permit, or if the city was going to go ahead and bypass the HLC. So if there is a site design, you should have it, and so should the public. We should be able to have access to it. And I'm finding it really hard to believe that we don't have access to these documents when they are out with Planet Bid, and when we are talking about spending money and doing things that maybe the city residents don't want you to approve. So maybe you should just think about that and require that any item that you are going to approve that has to go out to bid, that you actually see the documents and that bid with the agenda. It's really important. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thanks. Are there any more speakers? Ms. Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have 2 more speakers. We have Roger Rittner and Thomas Becker. Roger Rittner, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Roger Rittner. I wish to comment about the proposed design of the Olive Mill Road, Coast Village Road roundabout. My comments do not relate to the roundabout appeal later on the agenda.
Okay,
However,
if you would just take care not to cross over, because otherwise you should be speaking later. Go ahead, we'll hear you.
Okay. I'd like the council members to be aware of the serious negative effects the roundabout will have on my property. My wife and I own the property at 110 Olive Mill Road at the corner of Olive Mill and North Jameson Lane. Specifically, we're very concerned about the design of the exit ramp from the roundabout to northbound Olive Mill. Based on the current design plan, the exit ramp would utilize most, if not all, of the right-of-way that extends onto our property. That would confiscate as much as 10 to 12 feet of the entire frontage of our property. The design would destroy old growth oaks and pittosporums along Jameson Lane and Olive Mill, as well as the bordering fence. The trees are the only source of shade to our property, and the fence and trees constitute both a visual and sound barrier from the traffic noise on Jameson, Olive Mill, the intersection, and the 101. Our driveway rises from road level to a height of 3 feet within the right-of-way. The current design would flatten that section, making entrance to our property impossible for any vehicles, including emergency vehicles. The design would also, in essence, move our house, in particular the windows of the 2 front bedrooms, up to 12 feet closer to the noise and pollution of the streets. Clearly, the current design severely degrades the livability and market value of our property. We'd like to commend the City Public Works staff, particularly Laura Yanez, as well as county transportation staff, including Chris Snedden and Walter Rubalcaba, for their continued interest and engagement in addressing our concerns. They have committed to a number of actions to address some of these impacts, and we look forward to continuing to work with the city and county as the project proceeds. However, the council should know that these proposed actions, while much appreciated, only modify our property to adapt to the current design. They do nothing to alter the design itself to minimize or eliminate the problems. We strongly urge the council to direct the city and county to develop an alternate for the current exit ramp location and design that would eliminate or at least minimize the impact to our property. I thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Mr. Rittner. Next speaker, please.
Our final public comment speaker is Thomas Becker. Thomas Becker, please go ahead. Thomas
Mr.
Becker,
Becker,
you
were you wanting
Well,
to speak
can you
on
hear
the
me
other
now?
item? Yeah, we can
I-
hear you now.
Good. I just want to make sure that you can hear me. I can't see myself, but I know you can hear me. Is there any way that we can put my picture up on there so we make sure
No,
that no, not at this time?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Were you wanting to speak on the Olive Mill item?
No.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
yeah, when it comes up, but right now I've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Go ahead.
to say what I want to say. Thank you. Just want to make sure you can hear me okay. I was just wanting to know if I could have my video or my picture put up just to make sure that it's aligned properly and looking good. I guess that can't happen right now. We'll deal with that later. You know, back in May, I guess it was, I tried to call in on this, on a city council meeting, and staff was extremely unhelpful. I made good faith effort to call in, and it was on a critical issue of public health. I needed help from staff to connect. I needed help, and they just didn't give it to me. Very disappointed. I'd like to commend Sarah, because Sarah's been working with me since yesterday to make sure that everything is going to go okay in the future when I call in. It's too bad whoever that staff person was who, I don't even want to remember the individual's name, was so rude and discourteous to me that they couldn't just help me get linked up so I can make public comment. So anyway, thank you very much. I'm glad to know that I'm coming in loud and clear. If my audio is having a problem, somebody should let me know, because I do have a lot to say. We'll deal with the visual when it comes up. But I just want to make sure that everybody can hear me loud and clear. Thank you very much. And thank you, Sarah, for all the work you did. Thank you.
Very good. You're welcome. Anyone else pop up, Ms. Gorman, or are we moving on?
Madam Mayor, that's the end of general public comment.
we'll close public comment and go to the consent calendar. There's 3 items. If any council member wants to pull an item, let me know. If there are any members of the public that would like to make comments on item 2, 3, 4, or 5, or 6. Is anyone raising their hand, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Anna Marie got to speak on a consent item. And I believe it's the item number 6.
But we should have you read. Did you want to read any items? I'm sorry, I forgot that part.
No, I will do that too. Item 2, resolution to accept community development block grant disaster recovery funds for development of multifamily housing. Recommendation that council A, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving an allocation of funding and authorizing the interim community development director to execute subsequent to approval by the city attorney a grant agreement and any agreements thereto from the State of California Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery CDBG-DR program, and authorize the interim community development director to execute, subject to approval by the city attorney, a master standard agreement to receive CDBG-DR MHP grant funds in the amount of $848.11. And I believe that's the only item to read.
Okay, and 6, if that's what Ms. Gott wants to speak on, would you read that one into the record?
That's set a date for public hearing regarding appeal of Planning Commission's disapproval of development agreement for 739 State Street, Paseo Nuevo Mall.
Ms. Gott, your comment, please.
Good afternoon, City Council. You received a letter from me today regarding the Paseo Nuevo appeal. I specifically asked that Commissioner Leslie Wiscombe actually receive the 2017 or 18 report from Allen D. Cotton and Associates. They are the same people that actually went ahead and did a report and analysis of Paseo Nuevo in 2013. Ms. Wiscombe, during the meeting with the Planning Commission, discussed that particular report extensively. However, she was not able to get access to the most recent report from Cotton and Associates. She really should actually have that document so she can provide you and the public with an additional analysis. Right now, that document is actually designated as a working document for the city, and they will not disclose that to the public. But Ms. Wiscombe is actually a commissioner of the Planning Commission, and she should be able to receive that particular document and as a working document for the city so that she can do her own analysis. Even if that analysis is only provided to you in a closed door hearing, I think that she should have it. She did a beautiful job of providing a great analysis for all of the problems with the past development agreement that the city actually had gone ahead and signed. And I think it's of utmost importance for her to actually receive that document and provide a third-party analysis. So that is my only request, and that she get it before this appeal is heard, and with enough time for her to actually review the document. Thank you very much.
Very good. If there's no further request, we'll call for a vote of the for the consent calendar, please. One of my colleagues, a motion to move the consent calendar. Ms. Gutierrez?
I will make the motion to move the consent calendar.
Thanks. Mr.
I'll
Jordan?
Second
Thank
that.
you. Thank you. We'll take a roll call vote, folks.
Very good. Councilmember Jordan?
Aye.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon?
May I ask a quick question? Was
Sure.
was that last comment, I'm sorry that I wasn't sure what item it was referring to from Ms. Scott. Was that an item on the consent calendar that?
Yeah,
she
it was,
wanted-
it was item 6, which is asking us to set the date
Oh, okay.
for
I would like,
the appeal.
I'd like to vote yes, but then also add to if we could get those documents to Ms. Wiscombe, but
Well,
yes.
let's call up the city attorney then, because I think it's a legal question that council members may be able to look at that. It's a real estate transaction, so I think that's why there's some confidentiality in the document, Ms. Sneddon. Mr. Kalan, your opinion, please?
Generally
We can't-
speaking,
oh.
members of boards and commissions and the council have the same rights as the public. I'll be happy to look at that request specifically. I would add, though, that the planning commission's work is done on Paseo Nuevo. I will confer with Mr. Casey after the meeting and report to the council in writing on the issue.
Thank
Very
you.
good.
Wanted to
Thanks.
note that. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll do our roll call vote. Oh, yes, she's yes.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And Councilmember Friedman,
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon,
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez,
Aye.
and Mayor Murillo.
Okay, that was unanimous. Ms. Clerk, I think we are done with consent calendar. The Finance Committee and the Ordinance Committee did not meet today, so we're moving on to administrative item 7. If you would read that into the record, I'd be grateful.
Very good. It is the number 7 State Street Promenade interim intersection delineators and lighting.
Okay, I see Mr. Bailey and Mr. Dayton getting ready. So gentlemen, take it away. We're happy for your presentation.
Madam Mayor, council members, good afternoon. Derek Bailey, the traffic engineer, your traffic engineer is going to be helping out with this. Also, Jason Harris is on the call as well. Much has changed since May 22nd, when the council directed the closure of State Street, and we put temporary palm trees and construction signs at intersections and closed the street. Many people would have been surprised. I certainly was surprised to see what would happen after that, that during a pandemic or in the midst of one, that so many people came out and kind of the revitalization of the street happened. And we've been experiencing that 1 week from today for 5 months. And in that time, we've had a lot of discussion on the council, a lot of discussion from the community calling in about issues and different things. And if we go to the next slide, this item is about addressing some of those issues that we've had along the way. So when we talk about interim State Street intersection delineators and lighting, our goal to do that, and which would possibly result in an action from the council today, is to address more organization of users and less of a construction feel on the street. There's been lots of complaints about bikes and peds and intermixing, and then the construction feel after 5 years, the palms, or sorry, it was 5 months, and then the palms have gotten somewhat tired. There's been a lot of comments about that. We've also heard a lot about the street being dark. So the next slide shows some of the things that this would fulfill. This item we would be directing bicyclists to the center of the street at the intersections and pedestrians to the sidewalks. So and Mr. Bailey will walk you through that design, but every intersection, we're trying to, with this proposal, reset the street. So pedestrians would go to the crosswalks toward the sidewalk, and then bicyclists would have a specific delineation in the middle of the street. More specific markings for a bike path at the intersections. We'll walk you through that, and then adding lighting in places where it's dark. And then this item has gone before your State Street Subcommittee. Those members will have things to say about their work on the street and what this item means to them. So the next slide will show the state of the street today. Very much a construction feel, which was appropriate for when we opened it, but now as we get into more of an interim phase of State Street, as the community continues to and the council continue to discuss what is the future of State Street, what should that interim design look like and feel like? So I'm gonna, if you go to the next slide, I'm gonna hand it over to the traffic engineer to talk to you about safety and how we mix those goals. Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Dayton. Madam Mayor, council members, good afternoon. So as Mr. Dayton mentioned, the intent of the layout is to really create a resetting of the bikes and pedestrians at intersections, encouraging cyclists to use the center of the road with the green striping and pedestrians to move off to the sides of the road and the sidewalks. In addition to the green stripe, there will also be signs directing cyclists and pedestrians to the appropriate space. Now the green stripes are going to be about 50 feet long on each side of the intersection, just long enough to provide a visual cue where cyclists should be and where pedestrians should be. Now we fielded a number of questions about why the green stripe does not extend the entire block or at some interval length along the block. And we have some safety concerns with that approach. The extended green area provides a really strong visual cue to cyclists that this is an exclusive cyclist area. And so if that green stripe were to extend the entire block, we would expect cyclists to travel faster and less cautiously, just because it provides that visual cue of exclusivity. And without barriers along the sides of the green stripe, we'd expect pedestrians would wander across the path, and pedestrians don't signal their intentions. So this would likely be a less safe alternative than what we're proposing, just the resetting at the intersections itself. Now, from a traffic perspective on the side streets, we will be changing the appearances of the intersection to look less like a construction area, as Mr. Dayton mentioned. Construction areas are designed to get drivers' attention and alert them to changes in traffic pattern. But with this more aesthetic treatment, we want to still be able to communicate to drivers not to turn down State Street. The first thing drivers will see on the approaches will be signs mounted in pots that have some landscaping in them with turn prohibitions. So there'll be signs saying no turns. The signs are very important because they provide a regulatory needs for the traffic control at the intersection. And at the intersections above Carrillo Street, there will be stop signs. The stop signs seem to be working really well. We may convert some of the intersections below Carrillo Street to stop signs, depending on how busy those intersections are over the winter. Generally, lower volume intersections operate better with stop signs. Higher volumes work better with traffic signals. Drivers will also see large 5-foot diameter pots placed across the entrances to State Street. And the size of the pots are very important as it provides a really strong visual barrier to entering State Street. There'll typically be 4 pots across each approach. Earlier concepts that we were working on only had 3 pots, but we really determined that we need 4 across the entrances to State Street for good safety coverage. And that's why the cost estimate today is a little bit higher than what was presented to the subcommittee. And finally, they will see some iron-looking bollards placed through the intersections to guide them straight across the intersection and discourage turns. We've also had some feedback about the planned bollards along the center stripe of the green area. This bollard is an important safety feature. The space between the pots where the green stripe is going to be about 14 feet wide, so that fire trucks and other large service vehicles can access State Street. But it is a rather large and potentially inviting opening. So for safety purposes, we need to limit vehicles using State Street to service vehicles and emergency vehicles. And we also need to limit which times service vehicles can enter the street. So this bollard provides us a way to control which vehicles are entering State Street and when. The bollards will be on a very strong magnet, and it's collapsible in case an emergency vehicle needs to get in immediately. But the bollards are very strong. Our downtown parking folks will be removing the bollards during early morning hours so the street sweepers, grease collectors for restaurants, and trash collection can take place. And I'll turn it back to Mr. Dayton.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. So as you can see from the rendering that we have right here, Demonstrates the look and feel that we're going for. You can see that there are no longer construction signs. So we do have that one bollard that maybe is a little construction feel. The plastic bollards are iron looking, so they kind of give off an iron feel, and not something you're going to want to hit. And then we would also be planting the planters, as Mr. Bailey was describing to you. So, and then the other thing I would point out to you, as you can see, in this slide, it's maybe harder to see, but if you look closely, you'll see a demonstration lighting project at the intersection of Anapamu, which is between the two light poles. And this particular lighting has a cone, if you will, above the light. The Historic Landmarks Commission. We went to the Historic Landmarks Commission and they liked that particular light. It's not an approved light, but that's the one they were saying they'd like to see as a demonstration project. And then the other thing I just mentioned about this item is that these particular delineators would normally be reviewed and approved by the Historic Landmarks Commission. So that is something that can be done, and going to the Historic Landmarks Commission. Our recent experience with the Landmarks Commission is that they get frustrated if they're not given full control of all the options that we would do. And these particular items are off the shelf. Everything you're seeing is plastic or PVC. And so the challenge for us is that we believe you should not put your HLC in a position where you're saying, hey, just look at the color, or just look at, create a feeling where they feel like you're boxing them in and not giving them room. So with that concept and not wanting to do that, staff is recommending that you find that it's not in the public interest to actually have HLC review these. And if you go to the next slide, I just want to show you more slides of the lighting. This is the intersection of De La Guerra and State, and this is actually we put this in a couple weeks ago. And then the next slide shows you the actual nighttime view. So you can see it's a rather nice illumination across the roadway, which is kind of what we've seen, is that there's more people in the roadway. So the proposal, if you'd approve it today, would put that all up and down the entire street. Not the crisscross, but just across at the light standards. So if you go to the next slide, this is your staff recommendation, is that you would authorize the general services manager to do a purchase order and a not to exceed amount of $250,000. I will say that this is Measure C money that we're taking this from. This is Measure C money that pre-pandemic we would have spent on maintenance on the street that we're not spending because of the decision being up in the air as to where the council is going to move in terms of a more permanent design, or if the council does want to redesign the street. So we would use that money that we're not using for this intention, and then recommendation B regarding the Historic Landmarks Commission. So with that, Mr. Bailey and I are available for questions, and also Mr. Harris is on the line.
Okay, sounds good. Mr. Jordan, are you ready to start with questions? And I'm sure we have public comment. Okay.
So, Mr. Dayton, can you just help me a little bit with, rather than just a not to exceed big pot of money, and maybe break out how you're going to get to something less than 250,000, just so we get a sense of where the bang for the bucks are costing us?
Yeah, I've got that. I got to bring that up, but maybe go to a different question while I'm bringing that up.
My other one was, whether it's to you or Mr. Casey, was if you could talk a little bit more about the nexus to using Measure C funds. That was one that I hadn't heard before, the kind of the redirection of funds that would have been spent in that area anyhow, and so they can still be spent in that area. But in particular, I'm interested in kind of the connection to improvements in that area being made with Measure C funds, and what your thoughts are on the resulting gains in sales tax, which of course are lagging, that feed Measure C, and how that all plays together.
Okay, who wants to tackle that one? Mr. Casey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm happy to start. So as you know, Measure C was approved by the voters. It was approved as a general tax, 50% vote. So at the end of the day, City Council can use their discretion about the appropriate use of Measure C. We did go to council and council approved a resolution highlighting priorities for the expenditure of Measure C, focused on infrastructure, police station, streets and roads, pothole repair, and others. Included in that, though, was also economic development. And each year the council has approved business corridor improvements, some funding set aside for business corridor improvements. And that's just flexible money to be able to address needs of different business areas in town. We wholeheartedly feel this is an appropriate use of Measure C. We're in the middle of a pandemic, we're in an economic crisis, and we're supporting the business community in the heart of downtown. Which is also one of the prime revenue generators of sales tax. So essentially you're taking some Measure C money to support future Measure C income by supporting the economic activity downtown. That's why we're at council though. Council needs to make that ultimate decision that this is an appropriate expenditure of Measure C. But we as staff feel quite comfortable making that recommendation.
Thanks for that. And it's not so much just, well, I'll try and phrase it as a question. It's not so much the prospect of that nexus coming true. You know, yesterday you missed the TOT forecast by $10,000, but we made $10,000 more in August than you thought, which was a good miss to make. Sales tax we really haven't seen for a few months, but would it be important to continue to leverage C funding against increased or continuing sales tax revenues that we're seeing in the downtown coming out of the pandemic? Is that a good way to kind of explain it out on the street my way?
That's one way, and I think that's a very consistent and appropriate way. The others is that Measure C was identified to improve our infrastructure. And we think that we are improving our infrastructure in the middle of a pandemic by improving these intersections to make them safer, to make them nicer, and to safely improve the lighting downtown. One thing we didn't mention is that back when you had automobiles on the street in the wintertime, the automobile headlights illuminated downtown to some extent. And so we don't have that now. So it is darker than it would have been otherwise. So I think all those reasons are consistent with Measure C.
Very good. Thanks for that, Mr. Casey. Mr. Dayton.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan. So the breakdown is with the pots is about $106,000 for those pots. There's quite a few of them. It's over 50. Then we have the maintenance of the landscape within the pots at about 25,000. And then we have the lighting, which is about 30,000. And then the labor to install everything and move everything around and do the plantings is at 100,000. So that's
very good. Yeah, and I didn't realize there were 50 pots. That's a lot of pots at a couple grand each.
It's a lot of pots.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, both of you, and thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a couple follow-up questions. I guess this isn't clear to me still. How long is interim? Is that a matter of months or a matter of years?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Pro Tem, the Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, it's probably, we think about 2 to 3 years, as we've been saying at the council subcommittee, that it would probably be that long. The question is really about the future and what council decides to do. If the council decides to develop some sort of design project in the future where the street is going to change wholesale, that takes a significant amount of time to do, and then figure out the funding mechanisms. So that'd probably be more like 3 years. And then if the council decides to put it back the way it was after the pandemic, then it might be a shorter period of time.
And then at what period of time do we expect to get back from the public outreach, the questions to the community of the function of State Street in terms of pedestrian, bicycle, street? When will those synthesized results be coming back to us?
Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Snen, I would imagine that Mr. Harris and I would be returning back to the subcommittee with the survey intact, completed in December or January. So you would
So in a-
probably have a good idea by then.
So in a matter of months, we'll be hearing back from the community, sort of the larger results of what they're hoping for. Okay. And then I guess we'll save it for discussion, but I'm just starting to rethink this a little bit. If interim is a couple of years long and we're just a month or two out from hearing from the broader community, the direction they'd like it to go in. And then back with HLC, the question I have is, I guess at our subcommittee, I thought I understood that they had seen these and maybe given a range of choices. This is what they approved, but not officially, and that the reasoning for not going back to HLC was a delay in time. But if we're looking at a few years that this might be interim, it seems the delay of a month or two might be worthwhile. But then I think I hear you say today, the reasoning is not to undermine HLC in a different way by blocking them in with too few choices. Can you sort of clarify that for me?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Snen, there's a couple different issues. So the lighting, we have taken the lighting to the HLC in the past. We started that after we did the demonstration project pre-pandemic on the 500 block. And they started to choose some options that they liked, and that were the hooded lights with the stamp, hand stamped copper. The delineators, so we have a feel for what they want. We don't have an approval, but we have a feel. On the delineators, however, no, this would be completely brand new to the HLC. The ABR has approved the pot that we're looking at for Coast Village Road, where you'll find 3 of them out there already. The challenge is that the traffic engineer, in order to meet the goal, which would be to get rid of the construction feel and channelize the bikes and create the amount of safety that the traffic engineer is willing to sign off on, the size of the pots is not going to change if we move in that direction. So the size is kind of set. So then you're kind of looking at, well, what color should they be? Should they be terracotta? Should they be black? Should they be the same with the bollards? There's probably a couple different ones. That was the one that looked the most iron. The rest of them look very trafficky. I think that when we went to the HLC for the bike share, and we talked to them about their only option was, what color do you want in it? It was very insulting, I thought, from their expressions. And I felt uncomfortable doing that even as staff members, because this is a board that's revered and is to be respected and contribute to our community, because they are the essence of why we look so good. And so staff is thinking there's 2 issues. There's the issue of, do you want to send traffic control devices that there's not a lot of selection options, and then they don't like them, or they're insulted by the option of color? And then the other issue is, how long do you want to wait to get to a decision or have a back and forth on the cost of what they select? So those are the issues at hand, and we're fine with doing whatever the pleasure of the council is.
So I suppose we can talk about that in the discussion part too. Is there something in between where we can present options to HLC and ask for them to comment back and give input? Because now that I'm looking at this as 2 to 3 years, something like the color of the pots or the color of the bollards matters for the whole length of State Street for a couple years. I'm looking at it a little differently than just with this sort of little adjustment in presentation of function. And we can discuss it further. I just want to make sure I'm understanding that the mechanism there. But is that something that could go for comment to HLC?
We could, so the council, I'd like help from the attorney, but the way the ordinances are set up in the staff recommendation, it's a finding that there's no public interest in the HLC reviewing it. In terms of getting to limiting the control that the Historic Landmarks Commission does, not seeing an attorney come on, maybe the way we could get there is you could actually direct B and C, find that it's not a public interest, that the review is not required, and then direct us to go to HLC for comment.
Mr. Henschke, can you answer Ms. Sneddon's questions? She's following this line of thinking. Thank you.
Sure. Be happy to. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, and Councilmember Sneddon. Both the charter and the municipal code authorize the City Council to make a determination of public interest, basically a public interest override to HLC review when circumstances present that would indicate that there's an overriding consideration for moving forward without HLC review. So it's really up to the council to decide whether or not to do that. What staff has presented to you is what staff believes are justifying reasons that allow council to determine that moving forward on a pilot program for a limited duration is in the public interest, and then giving you the kind of the parameters. How you do that is really up to you.
Thank you. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Gutierrez, questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes. So there have been quite a few instances on State Street so far involving violence and vandalism. And I'm just wondering, is any of this funding going to go to public safety, or is it just more aesthetic?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, what is before you right now is just the delineators and the lighting, and that there's nothing beyond that for social services or enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Friedman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Dayton, so I'm trying to understand, so we have the green bike lanes for the 50 feet on each side of the intersection. So what happens after the 50 feet? Are the bikes riding in the green and then they're continuing to ride down the center, or are we encouraging them to ride down the center as opposed to what's happening now? It's kind of a free-for-all now as I take it. So the reason I ask this is we're still trying to figure out how to address the bikes and the pedestrians. And I want to make sure we're not making a predetermined decision right now in what's the interest of all public safety for bikes and pedestrians.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, maybe if we could go back to slide 5. It's a really, really good question, because this is what our traffic engineer, Derek Bailey, was getting at in terms of safety. And also the team has talked so much about this, because it is as a pedestrian walking in the street, particularly someone who's uncomfortable walking in a mixed flow with bikes, it can be scary if a bicycle is going too fast and that sort of thing. So it's not intended, the channelization is only intended for the intersection and the green portion, 50 feet on either side. It's not intended to direct bikes in the middle of the block. And the reason why that's important is because we want cyclists to take the responsibility for not hitting anybody. But it's really interesting, pedestrians are walking across the street, maybe off the sidewalk into the street and across the street. And there's it's just like the Beachway. Pedestrians don't have a strong recognition of a bike path when they cross it. And that's the challenge. And that's why we don't want to channelize the bikes in the middle of the street without creating barriers or single points where you would expect to see a pedestrian crossing. We want to leave it up to the cyclists to make to be cautious. And that's exactly what happens, particularly when the pedestrian crowds get more dense on the weekends, is cyclists slow down considerably. It's true, there's some that don't. But largely that's what we see. And then it's the cyclist that has to figure out and protect the pedestrian, versus the other way around. If we did the path, then we would be asking the pedestrian to watch out for the bikes. And that's where we think we'd get a greater safety concern.
So if we didn't have the 50 feet of green on either side, what would that mean? Would it mean that it would just, well, what would it mean if we just took out the 50 feet of green? I don't want to put words in your mouth with the leading question, so if you can answer that.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman. Well, let's talk first about what is the purpose of the 50 feet. So the 50 feet is from a distance out. Both the pedestrian and the cyclist would understand that the center is for bikes only, and that would be signed. So the signage, I don't know, it's very small, but if you can see it, the signs at the head of that bike path as you would approach the intersection would say, pedestrians to the sides, bikes take the center. And so one of the things that we've struggled with, even as we've discussed this with the public and on the council, is that where is the appropriate place for everyone to be? Well, we're going to assign that with this approach. We assign that every time at the intersection. And that's what Mr. Bailey was saying about resetting everybody. Pedestrians go to the sidewalks, bikes stay in the middle. We reset everybody. And then as we go down the street, it kind of gets messy again. We reset. And the green is actually just signaling to everybody, here's where the bikes go. And to pedestrians, don't walk on this. So that's the purpose of it. If you took it away, then it wouldn't be as instructive as you approach the intersection.
I think I get a better understanding of it now. I was more interested in what happens after the 50 feet. The last question I have is related to this. It actually has to do with special events such as the farmers market that potentially will be here in the future. And how would it be just as a one time, there wouldn't be the reset at the intersection that they're proposing to be at? Would it just, how would we address a special event like that?
Excellent question, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Friedman. Yeah, during the farmers market, as the council has directed, there is no bicycle riding in the market, and masks are required. So we have those signs that go up. We've printed them for the farmers. They bring them. We would still be channelizing bikes to the center. They would be walking, and then channelizing the pedestrians to the side. That would still happen. You will get people who will ignore it or not even walk in a crosswalk or in the green area. But one thing will be clear where everyone's supposed to be. So we're eliminating the ambiguity.
Thank you, Mr. Dayton.
Thanks. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Dayton, for this information. I'm really excited to see this. Just because there's been this negative narrative out there in the community about people on bikes, especially with the youth, and not all youth are breaking the law. So I'm really, really happy to see this bright green on the street. I'm just curious, since this is something new that we're going to start implementing downtown, how are we going to reinforce it? Where do you kind of imagine having the ambassadors out there kind of guiding, the community members and the people from the outside that come in, especially during the weekends? Just because lately, I mean, anybody can just walk freely on State Street, but I'm just afraid that because of this negative narrative that's out there right now, and it's caused friction downtown. With this in place, I just want a smooth transition, if that makes sense.
As we all do. So Madam Mayor Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. So the issue is that we're probably not going to get as far as that in terms of expectation. I think what we're doing is we're eliminating the ambiguity. So right now that your constituents are complaining, the cyclists are like, why are the pedestrians in my street? The pedestrians are like, why are bikes around here? Can't they use a different road? There's a lot of misunderstanding about where everyone should be. And so we think that the best we can do without a redesign, and we were talking about that with the Future State Street Committee, without not having that we think the best we can do is just to really make it clear at the intersections where everyone's supposed to be, to the point where if a pedestrian's walking on the bike path, at least everyone knows that pedestrian, including the pedestrian, knows they're not supposed to be there. I don't think we're going to be able to have ambassadors regulating this. A lot of times ambassadors are ignored when they're asked even to ask cyclists to walk in the 500 block or, for instance, to wear a mask in the public market. And PD is probably not going to have the bandwidth to regulate this. So I know that's, I think the expectation is that we will all know where we're supposed to be at the intersections. And then we can review that and see how successful that was.
I really like this layout you have and everything that the city staff has done to really make, the economy of downtown, revitalize again, slowly but surely. I really would like to ask, I don't know if it's to you, Madam Mayor, or to Mr. Casey, I really want to start creating, giving the message out maybe to the restaurant owners, property owners, just a flyer of information like this is going to happen. We want to encourage everybody to come downtown, just to start eliminating this negative energy that's out there on people on bikes.
Thank you. Mr. Dayton, let's turn that into a question about outreach. I had a contact from a reporter already right before the meeting started from Ryan Fish from KEYT, and he's already focusing on this. So certainly I think the news media will send out information about this transformation or improvement, I guess, at the least. Can you speak to that question then about outreach, and please?
Yes, and Madam Mayor, as a matter of fact, that is what the ambassadors do best. So as they talk to people on the street, they can be pointing out what is that device for, what does it do, and clarifying. We'll have lots of signage. We're working right now on refreshing the signage for State Street, as we've seen a lot of complaints about that. We're also working with Kent Epperson and some members of the community on they've been come to known as the Wheelie Kids. There's just this great group of kids that are on State Street that are somehow some ways misunderstood, but they're there every night. In fact, you can almost set your clock to it, the meeting right above Ortega, and encourage the community to go up and talk to them and say hi. But yes, there's a lot of groups working on, and the Santa Barbara Bicycle Coalition, the Coast, they're all working on this issue. I really see the community coming together to be a little bit more instructive and bring outreach to really have an understanding of how State Street has functioned in this interim period. So I think that that's happening.
Well, thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Gutierrez and Ms. Gutierrez to come back on the screen. I think it was Oscar Gutierrez who took the lead early in connecting with the people, adults. I don't want to be an ageist here because the bicyclists are all ages. Oscar Gutierrez started convening meetings, and I think Kent Epperson with SB CAG's Traffic Solutions it was part of this getting together. So Mr. Gutierrez, did you want to give us a little bit of information now, and then that way if there's public comment, the public is more informed? Go ahead, please.
Sure, yes. As you stated, we met with some representatives of the bicycling community. Some of the formal ones are actual 501c3s, and then some of the recreational ones around town. They're just community members that get together to bike around. And we've been in communication about what the issues and concerns and needs are of the bicyclist and motorists and pedestrians around town. And obviously State Street is a pretty hot topic right now, and how to go about keeping the peace, so to speak, on that street. I know that there has been a group that's gotten together, and I believe they gave themselves a name of the State Street Bicycle Committee or something like that, to come up with with ideas and solutions to address the situation. Obviously, they feel like there should be more efforts done by the city to make it safer for bicyclists downtown and all over the city, but particularly on State Street. And having these designated bike lanes is a good start. Obviously, areas around our community have bike lanes. There's the one that goes along Cabrillo Boulevard. There's also, UCSB has a very well laid out bike path throughout the campus and into IV, and it just kind of makes sense to do it on State Street if we're gonna make it permanent and carry on this bicycle friendly attitude that we've worked so hard to do for decades now. I believe we're in the top 3 best bicycling cities in the country. So yeah, and they're also asking for a location where bicyclists can meet and do tricks and kind of just have a safe space where they can bicycle around, and everyone's kind of throwing out ideas on where in the city that would be and what it will look like. So those are just kind of some of the things that we've been talking about as of lately.
Thank you. Anything to add, Ms. Gutierrez?
I would definitely would like to have maybe later on the year, or maybe when we come back in January, to have all of these nonprofits that we've been meeting with and a couple community members that I've been meeting with that kind of started, at least in my district, that started the bike movement to get the youth doing something active, more productive instead of getting into trouble. There's been a lot of the youth that have helped kids learn how to ride bikes, which is pretty amazing. I would definitely would like a more formal presentation so the community at large can get educated that there's a huge, bike community in Santa Barbara, and Santa Barbara is known from people from out of town to want to come and ride their bikes all around town. Ever since I started city council, I now want to have my own bike. I'm really motivated to start riding around town, and I'm really grateful for the city staff. And for my colleague, Oscar Gutierrez, that he really invested the time to bring everybody together and really change this narrative, because there's been some really awful incidents that the youth have been experienced, because there's a lot of angry people out there that feel that every youth riding bike is causing trouble, and it's not. A lot of the youth are using this as a way of just escaping everything that's going on, especially during this pandemic. One of the youth that I met last week, he gets sponsored by these big companies that have really cool bikes. He got sponsored to go all the way to Europe, and he tells me, Ale, I put on my earphones and I just bike away. And I'm like, oh, it's kind of like, the guys that surf and they just surf to get their stress out. Yeah, but we bike. So there's just an urgency of people just wanting to, ride their bikes safely in the city. So I really appreciate all this.
Good. Okay. So I did have a question. If anybody else, just Mr. Dayton, I wanted to clarify that the improvements are when you're taking away that construction look. So this is an effort at improving the aesthetics, and it's also a safety element. Do I have that right?
That's correct, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
And then I would say the lighting as well.
Okay, and the lighting is also, and I've seen it. It looks pretty good out there. Some of us are out after dark. Mr. Jordan, a question before we go to.
Just another quick question. Mr. Dayton, we had talked about this resetting thing, and maybe, at least my input was having the block either split in half or split in thirds. So you had another just whatever 5 or 10 foot green set of lines resetting in the middle of the block too, in the middles of the block. That's not part of the presentation today. Still, is that just you're going to look at it and if it makes sense, you'll do it, kind of trust thing?
That's correct, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan. It really depends upon what is in near the center block, because in many of the cases we actually have a restaurant encapsulating the mid block. So we will look for those opportunities. But yes, it's the same concept. It's resetting and instructing. Okay, here's approximately where you're supposed to be, but bikes still have to watch out for pedestrians.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and just one more question. I thought Mr. Dayton, Ms. Gutierrez was talking about another focus on this. I wonder if the city could co-sponsor a community workshop with the Bike Coalition. And I'm trying to figure out if at the beginning of the year we would be able to do something in person, an in-person meeting. That would be better than a go to webinar on bicycling. But if we could keep that in mind, we partner already, correct, with Traffic Solutions and the Bicycle Coalition and Coast.
Madam Mayor, yes, absolutely. And we have been working in that. I understand that idea of coming together with some sort of a public workshop to talk about that issue and maybe desensitize it a bit and create a little bit more understanding between the pros of having people on the kids that are on the block. I got to tell you, what I've done is just got up and talked to them, and Ken Epperson's done that, and we've done that, and they've asked us if about it opens up a dialogue about, okay, well, so when you're doing a wheelie, it's fun, it's awesome, and then here's some of the fears the community members have, and this is why they might respond to you the way they are, but then also provide adult and mentoring guidance on how they can successfully be kids and some of the other things that they're not doing, excessive video games or drugs or being involved in gangs. It just seems like it's the group that we've been meeting with, and I know that the Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez and Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez have been a part of that. They seem to be moving in the right direction, that discussion. So I believe that is going to happen, Madam Mayor.
I like that a lot. Just not being afraid of these youth and talking to them, and they are part of our community. So very good. Ms. Gutierrez, something else before we go to public comment?
Yes, just one last thing I would like to say to city staff and to my colleagues. I just want to remind everybody that represents the city, that walks around the city with the city logo, not just police or fire, but anybody that wears that city logo, people in the community really look up to us. We are role models, leaders, so we have to be very careful of the things that we say to the public, because especially during this pandemic, there is a lot of frustration. People have, they've just been inside for a long time. Everybody is not living their normal lives. So we have to be very careful of the messages that we give out to the community, because it could really spin off to something negative. And I just really want to thank the city staff that are implementing this safer bike trail.
Thanks. Very good. Ms. Clerk, are there people with their hands raised on this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have several speakers who would like to talk on this topic. I will read out their names: Barry Remus, Bob Stout, Martha Sadler, Art Ludwig, and Thomas Becker. So our first speaker is Barry Remus. We'll pull up the timer. Mr. Remus, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council members. That was a very healthy and yet interesting question period from the staff. It was really great to hear people's opinions as well. This is Barry Remus. I'm representing Coast as well as our partners with SB Bike, the Bike Coalition. And I think, obviously there's a lot of things that we can speak about with this item when it comes to our State Street Promenade. There's a lot going on, especially with the continued pandemic and our outdoor dining. We realize that, all of us on State Street, the bicyclists, the pedestrians, our wheelchair riders, our strollers, our pets, we all have to navigate through a number of items in the street. And so one of the things that we really want to help us see here is that we do support this expenditure. We do urge that you also approve it, because we feel that these are valid uses of our Measure C funds. There are some that may question if this is an appropriate use of the funds, but more so than making our street look nicer, these are public safety improvements. State Street is very dark at night, and it's been pointed out that without cars and pedestrians and bicyclists and people moving throughout the space, we really need a better element of safety. And so these lighting enhancements will really improve that public safety element. And as well, the removal of the construction look and the implementation of these new delineators will also go a long way in improving the channelization, not only of our pedestrians, but of our motor vehicles, and calming the intersection movement. And this also will help by improving the people traffic flow, as I'd like to say, at the intersections. Now, Coast and SB Bike, we do actually have a better vision. We do, in other words, not better, but we do have a longer term vision to see that this green bike lane would eventually extend through the full length of the promenade. But we realize that we have parklets and outdoor dining and other things that are meandering throughout the street. So we can't necessarily at this point right now immediately expect to see a full center bike lane, but it's something we'd like to see us get to. This gives us a really good next step to help improve the public safety element within the promenade, through the promenade. And also, this is for everybody. We don't want to target a certain user population. We do realize that there is conflict. Channelizing and resetting the people flow at these intersections takes us in the next step, a good direction to be able to begin to address those conflicts and alleviate them. And Coast and SB Bike wholeheartedly look forward to the next steps in a workshop or a presentation before council that our task force is been working with. And we also thank those council members that have been involved with this, as well as the members of our youth and the youth organizations as well. So we really do look forward to these improvements going in. We urge you to approve them, and thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Bob Stout, then Martha Stadler, Art Ludwig, Thomas Becker, Lori LaRiva, Virginia Railing, and Anna Marie Gott. So Bob Stout, please go ahead. Bob Stout, you go
Hello,
ahead.
sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is Bob Stout. I'm president of downtown Santa Barbara, and I'm a business owner just off the 600 block. I wholeheartedly support moving forward with the improvements in front of you today. I think we've all realized since May that there's a state of flux and a great urgency, and to keep this excitement that's been downtown moving. And I think with the improvements in front of you, it just seems like a perfect time to implement it, even if it is somewhat of a short-term or an interim movement. It seems like it's the right idea. I really support the use of the Measure C funds. I think it's a perfect way to do it, and you covered that earlier. I think if you invest in business downtown, not only is it great for the city in a lot of ways, but the sales tax increases, and that seems like a win-win. We're really excited about the lighting. Just have to say thank you, because with daylight savings time ending the day after Halloween, year after year, we see sort of a depression or a darkness that sort of sits over town and getting dark at 5 o'clock, and business hurts, and particularly with the safety of the lighting. And it's just going to be great to have the lighting elements. I believe we're going to go ahead, hopefully we'll go ahead with not only the holiday lights, which are the shooting stars for the holidays, but also wrapping the trees, and hopefully the string lighting, which is parallel under the street on both sides. I think this will be a great boom for downtown, especially the retail businesses during the holiday season, when they do so much of their business. And I'd like to put a plug in for the downtown organization State Street Promenade Market, which is going to debut Thursday, November 5th in the 1000 block. And it's from every Thursday from 3 to 7:30. And we're excited about this. We think it'll bring folks down to a block of town which is particularly dark, heretofore dark, and not a lot of action. So We just really appreciate you taking the time, the effort to study this in the city, to come up with innovative ways to make things better. And I wholeheartedly urge you to go forward with these improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Martha Sadler, then Art Ludwig, Thomas Becker, Lori Lariva, Virginia Railing, Anna Marie Gott, and Bob Ludwig. Martha Sadler, please go ahead.
I'm trying to unmute. There I am. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and staff. Even though this is an emergency allocation, I'm hopeful you will adhere to the city's mostly excellent outdoor lighting and street light design guidelines. These call for the city to be at the forefront of utilizing new technologies, including solar energy, and I wonder if it is possible to solar power the pedestrian street lights. The guidelines also call for pedestrian lighting in the public right-of-way to be similar in color to incandescent lighting. It looks like such amber lighting is used in many of the city's street lamps, but not all. I think Rob Dayton just said amber light is intended for the promenade, and I fully support that. Also glad to see that they are hooded. A recent analysis by the FLAF Dark Skies Commission, coalition, discusses the use of amber LEDs versus white LEDs. Apparently, amber LEDs use slightly more energy than white LEDs, but lumen for lumen, they reduce sky glow enormously, up to 500%. I fully support the city's resolution to be carbon neutral by 2035, so I would like to suggest that if amber LEDs are more energy expensive than white LEDs, one way to make up the difference is by reducing excess lighting elsewhere. For example, poorly aimed on all night non-motion sensing fixtures seem to be the standard on private buildings throughout the city. It might take a while to make a dent in that, but it might make a difference. And then there are the blazing bright white lights on the SCE power poles. I'm not sure what their intended function is, but thanks to their great height, they glare through everybody's windows. Also, they obnoxiously override the lovely ambiance of the dome-style amber street lights, for example, in my neighborhood near West Downtown Annapawnu. Besides pedestrian and dining ambiance, the reason it all matters is in the interest of dark skies and dark bedrooms. Stars, planets, moons, sleep, and birds. Is it asking too much to have a densely populated worker housing, pedestrian-friendly, bike-friendly cityscape that still reflects its unique location on Earth? I think it is not too much to ask. I think we can do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Art Ludwig. Art Ludwig, please go ahead. Art Ludwig, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
There. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Madam Mayor, honorable council members, opening State Street to active transportation is needed to happen for 30 years. Thank you so much for getting this done. My wife and I have been eating out at a different restaurant on the promenade every day, something we've never been inspired to do before. And we use that route whenever we go anywhere near. Please keep bikes on State. It's an important part of the vitality of the promenade, as well as a vital link for transportation. Hats off to staff for consideration for how this could be done safely. It seems to me that what's been presented on track. Finally, with the pandemic, all your jobs have gotten much more difficult and even dangerous, and we're very lucky to have you at your posts and sticking with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Thomas Becker. Thomas Becker, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question. Has your staff or any of you have in your hand or conducted a scientific study, peer-reviewed, showing that eating outside without a mask in a densely populated area is safe when you're in the middle of a pandemic? Do any of you have that kind of study? No, you don't. Have you ever gone down to State Street and looked at how packed that place is with people eating without masks? That's a super spreader event. People are walking through that area with people without masks eating, and they're pumping out water vapor while they're walking. When you are walking and exercising, you pump out 10 times the amount of water vapor than if you're just resting. No mask is going to be able to handle that type of volume. The mask simply fills up with water vapor, then, very quickly, and then as you breathe, it just pushes it out the mask. All that contaminated water vapor from those tens of thousands of people walking down that street is falling right on the tables and the people eating without masks in a street. Now, personally, I hate to say I think we're all going to get this COVID. I really do. And I understand the theory of a mask, but it's a sewer. I mean, theoretically, that street is a sewer. About when you concern COVID, people eating without masks, tens of thousands of people walking by them, breathing on them. It's a super spreader event. But the business owners, they haven't said anything about it. Your city staff hasn't said anything about it. You people, all you city council members haven't said a word warning the public about the dangers of this. I challenge you. Do you have a peer-reviewed scientific study saying that eating outside without a mask in the presence of tens of thousands of people walking by is safe? Do you? I want to see it. I doubt you do. You're just making this stuff up when you're telling the public it's safe. I'm just warning the public, if you are in that group that is susceptible to COVID and you go out and you eat out on State Street, you may as well just have me or any of these other people breathe in your face while not wearing a mask. Think about that. Am I saying that? No, it's just scientifically true. And I just think we're all going to get it. But I'm just saying, you people have been really, really dishonest with the public on this issue. Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Lori Lariva, then Virginia Railing, Anna Marie Gott, Bob Ludwig, and Howard Green. Lori Lariva, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. I am a resident of the city of Santa Barbara, and I do like to bike places and walk and drive and take the bus. And I also work traffic solutions at SBCAG, and so I hear from a lot of bike commuters through the outreach that we do regularly. And I just wanted to thank staff, lovely design that they put forward, and say that I especially appreciate the green delineated bike lanes near the intersections, and that they're in line with the boxes that we've seen throughout the US and other cities. And so it's a very clear indication, I think, that won't be confusing for people who are visiting either and choose to bike when they're here. So to say that looks great, and I'm glad that something is moving forward as quickly as possible based on the kind of anecdotal evidence that I've about bikes feeling less welcome these days on State Street than before. So I think showing that they are welcome as soon as possible while putting these safety measures in place is a great happening. So thank you for bringing this forward so quickly, and I look forward to getting out there soon.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Virginia Railing, then Anna Marie Gott, Bob Ludwig, and Howard Green. Virginia Railing, please go ahead. Virginia Railing, please go ahead. You can unmute yourself.
Okay, unmute myself. One moment, please.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Thank you.
Oh, good, good, good. I'd like to talk to you specifically about the lights and the exemption from the HLC review. In 1993, the people of Santa Barbara held a vote to create the HLC and to give it sole authority over design in El Pueblo Viejo. This way, neither city staff nor elected officials could usurp that authority. And this is how we made sure that El Pueblo Viejo would be permanently protected from politics and politicians. By putting the HLC's authority into this city charter, we made sure that no contract, resolution, or ordinance could ever undermine the HLC. A city charter is like a constitution. Nothing can conflict with the charter. There were two exceptions to the HLC's sole authority that were put into the charter in the election. Number one, the HLC could be overruled by the city council on appeal. Number two, for a project on public property, the city council could decide in advance that HLC review was not necessary. Today, staff has asked you to exempt the string lighting under that second exemption. I don't know if this has ever been done before in the 27 years since we passed the charter amendment. Please be mindful of the potential precedent that you might set today. So I ask that the city council be cautious here and clearly define the scope of the exemption. Staff has said that this will be a temporary installation. Therefore, I ask that you set a clear expiration date for the exemption from HLC review. If the lights are to stay up past the date that you set, then HLC approval will be required. You can pick any date you like, but I ask that you please put a date into your motion. I might suggest that May 1st, 2022, that would be 18 months and would have the lights up for 2 winters. Or you could say May 1st, 2023, that would be 2.5 years and would cover 3 winters. Please put a date in your motion for the expiration of the exemption from HLC design for this lighting. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Railing. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Anna Marie Gott, then Bob Ludwig, Howard Green, and Robin Elander. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Remember that site plan I spoke about? That site plan was actually for this bid, for this project. And that site plan was not provided to you, nor was it provided to the HLC. So no one has any idea what the lighting actually looks like for the installation. I'd also like to just call horsepucky, BS, I don't care what you want to call it, but the HLC only looked at lights. Rob Dayton did not bring those delineators or the potted plants really for review because they don't require a permit. And lighting actually requires a permit. We shouldn't be putting something up even for a month if we don't have HLC review. Having these lights up for a year or 2 years or 3 years really is just not in the spirit of what you tried to do with the HLC, which is to have them grant approval upon review. The bottom line is Rob Dayton doesn't want to go back to have the HLC look at lighting and to actually provide options for lighting. Beyond all of this though, it looks as if we are going to start using Measure C as a slush fund, because you cannot tell me that we are maintaining or repairing lighting if we are putting up $30,000 worth plus of string lights that do not exist there right now and are not approved. We do not have a safety issue regarding lighting on State Street, and we are bringing up and putting up all of our Christmas lights beginning November 1. We could do that today. Have you been receiving calls for services regarding, I don't know, muggings, rapes, or anything else, trip and falls? No, you haven't been receiving those. So we don't have a problem with lights on State Street. What we do have a problem with, though, are bicyclists. And, you know, it's an ongoing problem. there is conflict, and that conflict is not going to be eliminated with all of the pots at the intersection, because if you look at the intersections of Figueroa and State and Anapamu and State, you are going to have conflicts with all of the outdoor patio dining, the bicyclists, and the pedestrians that are trying to wander through the sidewalks, which they can't do. So they're going to go straight into the green painted bike lane that you've just created, which is going to increase bicycle speed on State Street. It's not going to decrease it. So I really want you to think about this. This really shouldn't be approved today. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Bob Ludwig. Bob Ludwig, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor and council members, I wish you were able to see I'm standing up and giving you a standing O. This is a fantastic item. And I am giving you the opposite of horsepucky or whatever else the prior speaker, and I love following her. I always want to follow her from now on, because you need to know you're doing great things. To have Councilperson Alejandra and O. Gutierrez talk about biking and the encouragement for this community to get into cycling, that's fantastic. And these efforts to encourage traffic, commercial traffic in this pandemic, horrible time for our retailers and our restaurants and businesses, you're doing great work to encourage them. So thank you. I think Measure C is a perfect place to source these funds. I think it's been done thoughtfully. I trust the staff in this. They need to be commended and not chastised, ever, in my opinion. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to give you kudos. I'm going to speak to you later today about the Olive Mill Roundabout. It won't be quite as happy, but we'll talk again. Thank you very, very much.
Okay. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Howard Green, then Robin Elander, then Estrada. Howard Green, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. This is a very interesting item because it allows us to segue into a couple of related fields. Could I ask that Ms. Oslin put up slide number 7, which I think is a mock-up.
I'm not sure that we need to keep up the timekeeping thing, but go ahead.
Okay, well, okay, mock-up 7 seems, first of all, it seems to be a mock-up, but there seems to be a light string across the width of State Street there. Is that what's proposed? And the question then in general is to reflect on how frequently that will occur, how many times in a city block or per 100 feet, whatever. The second question is the 50-foot designation that Mr. Dayton mentioned. 50 feet is from where? From one crosswalk back toward the center? Or is it the total width from start, maybe 20 feet in to across the street 20 feet? I'm not sure what 50 feet means. Third thing is, what's the width? We're talking about two-way travel of bicycles. Perhaps a more engineering drawing rather than a marketing drawing would explain that. We've had bike paths proposed, or green lanes proposed since the bike plan in the, maybe 4 years ago, 3 years ago. I don't know that I have seen any, certainly not on the State Street section up to Mission, which was promised many, many months ago. Are there any anywhere in Santa Barbara, not Goleta, not the county, not UCSB, but where are they here in Santa Barbara? And a general State Street comment on the promenade. I'm not sure whether it's an automatic end in December, or in January, but I think it's reasonable for everyone, particularly merchants, to have a reasonable expectation for the holiday period. If that has been clearly discussed, I like this idea of May of next year or 2 years from now. I think the promenade would be good for the city. So thank you for the time. Please try to explain these things about width and lengths and so forth. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Robin Elander, then Estrada, then Ed France. Robin Elander, please go ahead.
Mayor, City Council members, and staff, thank you so much for all of the work you're doing to support our economic development and recovery downtown in these very trying times. This is a very important and timely issue, particularly right now in this moment, because the time is changing and it's going to be much darker downtown. This is the prompt installation is especially important for the holidays since businesses are still struggling and recovering. There has been increased thefts and vandalism downtown, to address the previous speaker's comment, and this lighting would really help with that. In addition, the terracotta pots and traffic delineators installed in intersections definitely would help with channelizing and separating the bicyclists. And this, as we know, this has been an ongoing important communication challenge that we're having. Certainly, this additional lighting will support business activity, promote increased safety, and support the overall growth of our economic vitality, and continue to bring activity to our downtown district. I strongly recommend what is being proposed here today, and this is a great use of Measure C funds. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Mr. Estrada. Please go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Estrada.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I just wanted to say that these green lanes sound like a great idea, but the reality is that if they're not being enforced, it's not going to. Hello? If they're not being enforced by real enforcers, then they're not going to work. I've been almost run over 3 times downtown going to the farmer's market, which I'm going to in the next 10 minutes. But this is not going to be the answer completely.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ed France. Ed France, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor and Council, can you hear me? It's
Yes.
been a while. I have to say, I miss seeing you all in person. I miss sitting in the hard benches of council chambers. But kudos to you all on everything that you're doing to adapt. Kudos to staff. I see this as a reflection of this work. I'm proud to serve you all on the Downtown Parking Committee as Vice Chair. And I think Public Works deserves some major props for all that they're doing to help maintain vibrancy in downtown core, which is going to be especially important through our winters, as we've mentioned. I think as it gets colder and as it gets darker, bicycling is going to be key to keep eyes on state and to keep some human beings, some connection through the long corridor. I have a colleague who recently moved downtown. They were so excited to bike around downtown, and the biggest single complaint about State Street was the barricades to enter the street. Obviously, bicycling on State is such a big issue, and I appreciate your thoughtful efforts on that topic. Lastly, I do think it's so important for temporary and adaptive efforts like this to streamline the process. Our city should be really applauded for all the streamlining we can do, especially in this type of situation. I will prod you all. I think that HLC has often been clearly operating outside of their purview, and I would urge community development staff to keep discussion within the bounds of the agenda item and the specific elements subject to the review. I think strong staff voice would greatly help the HLC members to better maintain their actual mandate, as opposed to have broader topics than is within their mission or purview. Thank you.
Thanks. Good to have you back. Any other speakers on this topic?
No, Madam Mayor, that's the final speaker.
Okay, we'll close public comment on this. We'll finish this item and then we'll go to a break, a much needed break, I think. Mr. Jordan, will you kick us off, please? And if staff would put up the final recommendation graphic, we can see what we're looking at. Okay, there.
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam
Jordan,
Mayor.
go ahead, please.
I continue to be, with all the pitfalls that can happen and with all the choices to be made that could lead to success and failure or somewhere in between, I continue to be so thankful that we have a staff that is reacting in this manner, that's working hand in hand with, it's not just the businesses on the State Street. There are community members behind those businesses that we are helping. And by helping them and facilitating those businesses to keep going and to recover, we're also helping your and my families, because we revolve around the city being a economic success, leading to what it looks like in the rest of the city. So I am happy to support this as suggested or recommended by staff. I don't really want to quibble over the timeline of pilot or interim, because we have no idea what's happening a month or 6 months or a year from now anyhow. What's clear to me is that we're positioning staff to be flexible, to be adaptive, and to do so in a manner that that gives them the ability to make choices, to do a great job in a challenging situation, and to exhibit that flexibility in a way that benefits the entire community. I also think, to me personally, in my opinion, there's a clear nexus based on the questions I asked before on the use of Measure C. And there's a clear reason to jump on this right now with 2 weeks and 3 days until daylight savings time, and the need for clearer roles of all the users on State Street, the better lighting, and a look that is different than exactly what has been called a construction zone look. So I'm happy to, you're gonna make me look at my notes really quick. I'm happy to make the motion to authorize the action as found in the staff report and make the finding and determination that it does not need to go to the HLC. That would be my motion.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman, you're next there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll second the motion for discussion's sake, and I'll be supporting it, of course. Thank you, Councilmember Jordan. You articulated a lot of what I wanted to add to this. First, want to thank our staff for having the foresight to look ahead on this and come up with a solution for what is going as we go into the winter months. A lighting issue, it is a public safety issue in terms of lighting. And we are in a unique, unprecedented circumstance in that with the pandemic, and we have a committee that is working to address these issues on State Street and plan for it long term, that the use of Measure C will enable us to upgrade now, but then have that extra time to look at the whole situation down there and come up with some recommendations. The alternative is to keep it looking like a construction zone, which I don't think I just wanted to also add that I like the idea of including the 50 feet of the bike lanes right now, because I think there is a public safety issue. So trying to reset at each intersection, it makes sense as I've had time to process what staff was saying. So again, I want to thank staff. I also want to thank some of our public comment. I want to thank Mr. Ludwig now, because based on your comments, I might not be able to thank you later. So let me just get that out of the way. And with that, I will be seconding the motion, and the use of Measure C funds, I think, fits right in with what we're trying to do there. And the last thing I would say is that by enhancing and improving this area, it is a tax base, and that tax base is what also funds Measure C for other areas within the city. So I just want to make sure that the public understands that, because by doing that, we're actually improving Measure C for other areas of the city as well to have that pot grow. So thank you very much.
Thanks. Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will keep my comments brief because I am in agreement with Council Members Jordan and Friedman, excuse me. Really, I as well just have to give kudos to staff for their work throughout, from the very beginning of the reopening of State Street to where we are today. It's just been exemplary work and really demonstrative of our ability as a city to respond dynamically and to be flexible and to learn and improve. And I really see these fixes, temporary though they may be, as an effort to improve on our success and to use the learning that we've had over the last 6 or so months, and to make the user experience not only better, but fundamentally safer for everyone that uses State Street. And that's incredibly, incredibly important, as my colleagues have already said. I'm really grateful for these changes that'll be coming forward. It does get extremely dark on State Street, and will only be getting darker earlier, as others have said. So this is certainly necessary from a safety point of view. I also want to just take a moment to address the comments made earlier by Council Members Oscar and Alejandra Gutierrez. I really appreciate their work to facilitate connection between the city and the bike community and various other community members. I think that's really, really important. And it is absolutely vital that we move forward the conversation. I know there's been a lot of complicated dynamics at play, and I see this as really the beginning, a first tangible step to express our support for not only the bike community, but the youth in particular. So I'm really grateful for that. And I look forward to continued conversation with them and continued engagement so that we can all enjoy our State Street Promenade safely and make use of it as it's intended. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. Ms. Snedden, you're next.
Oh, sorry, I moved my camera.
If you're ready. Okay.
Oh, wait, sorry. I'm pushing the wrong buttons.
That's okay. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm a little bit hesitant at this moment. I want this to be a promenade, and I want to prioritize also having bicycles, and we've talked about this in the subcommittee as well. I think I was not truly understanding that these would be possibly for several years. And if I didn't catch that earlier, I apologize for that. But these seem like more than, when we first formed the subcommittee, the call that I had hoped for was a very long-term, broad vision of State Street, including the side streets, the corridors, the other bicycle paths that might be parallel to State Street, a more comprehensive vision. And we've scaled it to be looking at State Street, and which is very important, and especially when we're doing so many changes and are adapting and are flexible. And I really applaud staff and the creativity and responsiveness in those efforts. And in the moving, my issue, I guess, is somewhere between that immediate need and then that long-term visioning, which I would still like to put a plug in for, and a placeholder that still needs to happen as a separate function from this concentration on State Street right now as a promenade. This interim, this 2 to 3 years, and I think just thinking about it today, we're a month or two out from getting synthesized information feedback back from the public. We are maybe a month or two out from hearing from the AIA charrette, which has beautiful illustrations and visions and drawings of what we might see on State Street. And I think we have a month or two that we could just get input from HLC and at least allow them to comment on what their thoughts are on this. It occurs to me that maybe even the color of the green might be a little bit much, and I don't want to hold the process back. But if we're putting something in place today that's going to be for the next 2-3 years without asking HLC for comment, and it's in this very prized part of our downtown, it's not sitting right with me. And I think we have a month or two that we could go to HLC for comment or invite their expertise on things that we might not be seeing. I mean, maybe the color of the pots, maybe there is some leeway in that. And the lighting, I mean, I think we can offer narrower options, and I think HLC can rise to the challenge of that. But I'm not comfortable, I guess, with moving into something that might be 2 to 3 years, which I apologize that I truly did not realize that that's what we were talking about for interim. Before we're getting any kind of results back from the public, results back from the charrette, particularly the public though. I mean, what if, I don't think it's going to go this way, but what if the public come back and says, no bikes or no pedestrians, or we want cars back? And then we've already sort of set the pacing for the next 2 to 3 years. I want to be really clear. I want it to be pedestrian and cyclists, and I think we can work out a way to make that happen. I want there to be lighting. I want all of these things, but I think we might be missing something if we're not at least asking HLC for their input. And if this is public benefit, which it is, I kind of question, where does that stop? We've had issues with the bike share question, this question. I don't want to move into the realm where suddenly a lot of things become outside the purview of HLC. So I just want to put in my maybe addition that I fully support these improvements. I'm not comfortable with them without a moment of inviting comment from HLC. Not wanting to hold it back, but I think we're right on the verge of getting input back from the community. This seems like a cart before the horse, deciding to go with it, to paint it, to light it. The lighting I'm all for, but a little hesitant there.
Okay. So I'm hearing you're not supportive of the motion as it is. That's fine. Take a stand. I'll be voting for the motion as it is. I'm persuaded by staff and the subcommittee's decision making, even if Ms. Sneddon is moving on her thinking. The amount seems reasonable. Measure C as a source is reasonable to me, and I'm persuaded that that we can go forward without the HLC at this time. Are there any other comments? And we have a motion on the floor, which is what's on the screen right here to put this forward. I think there's no more comments, Ms. Gorman. So if you would take a roll call vote, please.
Yes, this is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Friedman for the staff recommendation. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
We didn't hear you, Ms. Sneddon.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
and Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That was unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Dayton, Mr. Bailey. You have your orders. Go forward. We look forward to continuing discussions about bicycle safety and supporting our youth. We are going to take a 15-minute break for our translators and for our technical staff. This meeting is in recess. Meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Today's October 13, 2020. And we just concluded item 7. We're on item 8. If you would read that into the record, thanks.
Certainly, Madam Mayor. Item 8, introduction of ordinance for amendments to create the mobile home park overlay zone and consideration of request from the ordinance committee that council reestablish mobile home park vacancy rent control, and recommendation that council A, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending title 30 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by adding chapter 30.57 regarding the mobile home park overlay zone. B, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending the sectional zoning map of the city of Santa Barbara as referenced in Santa Barbara Municipal Code section 30.05.020. C, make the California Environmental Quality Act findings contained in this council report. And D, consider the ordinance committee's request that council initiate code amendments to reestablish mobile home vacancy rent control in the city's mobile home and recreational vehicle park lease ordinance SBMC chapter 26.08.
Thank you. Mr. Casey, I understand that there's a resident of the city or a property owner who is concerned about the noticing and the timing of our meeting. My thought is to start this item, and then in public comment, if that gentleman comes on, he can make his case and let us know where he stands. Do you have some information for us?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Yeah, I just thought I would address it straight off because you have had some emails over the last days and over the weekend about concern about noticing for one of the property owners. We wanted to let you know that we have done all the proper legal noticing, and Ms. Metzger can maybe expand upon that a little bit for you. And then certainly that's a good approach would be to go ahead and continue with the presentation, take the public comment, and then you can decide how you want to act at the end of all that.
Thank you. So Ms. Metzger will have you, if you want to remark on that and start your presentation, welcome.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you, and City Council members. So before we start the presentation, I just want to give you a little bit of a background on how we in the Planning Department do notifications of hearings. And so just to start out, every property owner is sent a half-page bright orange postcard with the information that mirrors the language on your agenda, and contact information for the staff, in this case would be me. We get the mailing addresses for the property owners from the county assessor's office. Most recently, this data was updated in July of this year. So each property owner of the parks and all of the tenants that have parcels in these parks were sent this postcard. In addition, we also advertise a display ad in the newspaper that states the hearing dates of each of the hearings that have occurred so far. And so that is our standard legal requirement for notification of hearings for planning items. Additionally, in this item, I also went to the Housing and Community Development Department of the state. They are the main regulatory body for most actions in reference to mobile home parks, and keep an updated list of contact information for each park across the state. And so I added those contact information, addresses, and names of either the company or the person to our notification on the postcard as well. So I spoke with Mr. Niederhoffler this morning. He wrote the letter you received both last night and then a more official public comment letter today. And we reviewed the addresses that we had, and one of them was not his address and was in fact someone that he bought the property from in 2018. He owns the Flamingo and the Tropical Gardens parks, but the others went to a property management company that he uses, which he never received personally. And unfortunately, as his schedule is, he's in Germany right now, visiting his family. And so it's midnight there, so he cannot attend to do a public comment on this item. And that is why he sent such a verbose public comment letter to the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Please start your presentation.
All right, great. We can start with the next slide, please. So the purpose of this hearing is to consider the approval of the mobile home park overlay zone and the related amendments to the maps in the zoning code. Also to consider the ordinance committee's request to re-establish the mobile home vacancy rent control, as well as make the CEQA findings. So this process was really started way back in 2016 through the Adaptive Management Program in the review of the Average Unit Size Density Incentive Program. So through that review of the AUD program to make sure it was still in line with our general plan policies, it was identified that in the beginning of the AUD program, the multifamily zoning across the city was all rezoned to be part of the AUD program, including existing mobile home parks. The review of the program at that point in time in 2016 suggested that the mobile home parks be removed from the AUD program and instead protected, as they provide a really unique housing stock that is affordable by design to our community. In 2018, City Council gave staff the official direction to start this process. And we came before you in 2019 with amendments to not allow mobile home parks the same incentives that multifamily dwellings would get through the AUD program. So we stripped the incentives for parking and whatnot from the mobile home park overlay, or from the mobile home parks that exist. At that hearing, City Council requested that staff go a step further than that as far as the protection for the mobile home parks. And that is why we're here before you today with the mobile home park overlay zone. Next slide, please. So the general plan has many policies related to the action before you today that speak to protecting extremely low, very low, low, moderate, and middle income housing, as well as housing for people with special needs, which this does fall under. Additionally, looking at protecting housing for seniors. Many of our parks in the city are actually primarily lived in by senior citizens in the community. Additionally, on the next slide, you'll see that we also have provisions to protect that non-subsidized affordable rental housing. So that's the affordable by design, not in our covenant program for affordable, yet still affordable to our community. And to maintain the affordability of existing units, which this will do. Next slide, please. So in the city, we have 7 parks that are grouped into 2 areas of the city. These 5 on the map here fall between 101 and Cacique Street. And then the next slide shows the other 2 parks, which are by Hope, off of Hope Street above State, and on De La Vina past Alomar. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the existing zoning of the parks and the number of units each park contains. We have 333 units total with all of our 7 parks in the city. And in those parks, we really look at, with an overlay zone, the zoning stays the same, but an overlay is a more restrictive use for those parcels. So if you go to the next slide, the amendments here before you today in the attachments limit those allowed uses on the mobile home parks to mobile homes and permanent recreational vehicles and accessory uses that could be associated with those, like clubhouses and pools. And it creates a zoning overlay by amending the section maps that exist in our current zoning code. Next slide, please. So the Planning Commission recommended approval of the action here before you today, and the Ordinance Committee did as well. And at the Ordinance Committee, there was also discussion about initiation of amendments to re-establish vacancy controls over rental rates for mobile homes. And so Mr. Cologne, the city attorney, will be answering questions regarding that second bullet under the ordinance committee. And the next slide shows our recommendation for you today. We ask that you make the CEQA findings and introduce and adopt the overlay and the amendments to the section zoning maps, and consider the initiation of the code amendments to reestablish the mobile home vacancy rent control. With that, it concludes my presentation, and Mr. Cologne and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have on the two items before you.
Mr. Jordan, you're ready to start off on questions. Please go
Thank you,
ahead.
Madam Mayor. Hi, Ms. Metzger. The Flamingo one, you breezed by that one quickly. How many units are at that one? And that is the one with the gentleman in Germany, right?
Yes, so the Flamingo has 70 units, and then he also owns Tropical Gardens, which has 51. So a total of 71.
Is just the Flamingo one applicable to the noticing question? Or is it both of them?
That is correct. The Flamingo was the one he most recently purchased, and one of the postcards did not go to his current address.
But he did get a notice for his other property.
Yes.
And that notice would have in some manner clearly said that, did the notice to the other property include reference to the Flamingo too, or include that it was being done in the whole city? I guess maybe better help me with that and what it really looked like.
Yes, through the mayor, Councilman Jordan. So it was noticed as changes to all of the mobile home parks citywide.
Okay. And then what's the timeline usually on the notices before today?
As far as when they go out,
Yeah, how far in advance do we notice the hearing?
we actually noticed the planning commission meeting. So that happened back in September.
All right, but how far in advance of that meeting do the notices go out?
I believe 2 weeks, but I might have to check on that
So
exactly.
pretty close. It's not like a month or two, something like that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For purposes of today's discussion, maybe Mr. Kalan, can you just briefly explain what vacancy control is for the public to understand what that item is?
Certainly, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman. The city of Santa Barbara enacted a mobile home rent control ordinance in 1984. After litigation in 1989, the city council amended that ordinance so that between residents in a mobile home park, the park owner can increase the rent on the space as much as they wish. That's called vacancy decontrol. Last March at the city council's retreat, you asked me to report on that to you, and I did that. By way of comparison, the county of Santa Barbara imposes a 10% limit on space rent increases between owners or residents in the park moving.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. I just, for purposes of today's discussion, just wanted to clarify what that was. That's all the questions I have for right now, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. Any other questions from the city council members? I'm assuming that, okay, that we have public comment. Ms. Harmon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just another quick one for our city attorney, if you don't mind. I do have some questions about how vacancy decontrol fits into the fabric of state law, but I'm wondering if maybe I should save those questions until we have the hearing on those code amendments. I'm wondering if maybe it's a process question, just about how much detail we should be getting into today, specifically about vacancy decontrol, or if you think it would better serve us to keep it high level and maybe dig into some of those questions when the code amendment conversation, if it were to come back.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, the ordinance committee asked that the council initiate a code amendment here. We treated the ordinance committee's action just like a two-person memo to the council. So today, it would not be appropriate to examine the details of vacancy decontrol or vacancy control. There are some important points about it I'd be happy to help you with when we get there. But really today is just a question whether you want us to report back in detail on the subject.
Great, thank you so much. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Well, that was a good question, Ms. Harmon, because now we know we're asking for it to come back. We're initiating the amendment. So if there's no other questions, I'll ask Ms. Gorman if people are waiting to make public comment.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have four members now of the public who would like to speak. We have Michael Cirillo, then Jared Gonzalez, then Crystal Barros. So we'll pull up our timer. Michael Cirillo, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Michael Cirillo. I happen to be partners with Tom Niederkaufler, the gentleman who sent you the letter regarding the notices. I'm glad that you've received it. My initial intent was to read the letter into the record, but that appears not to be necessary since you have it and have acknowledged it. So what we would like to emphasize is that there's been no stakeholder participation in the process relating to the zoning or the zoning overlay, and certainly no stakeholder participation in the issue of vacancy decontrol. Our recommendation would be to table both of these subjects and initiate some kind of stakeholder task force, if you will, to bring the parties together and hash things out amongst themselves, with the hope that there can be a mutually agreed upon recommendation to the city council to proceed. Proceeding without stakeholder input is just plain wrong. It's not the way the democracy is supposed to work. We're supposed to be able to participate in the government process, and at the Planning Commission meeting, irrespective of the notices relating to Flamingo and Tropical Gardens, as far as we know, you received zero input from any of the other parks in town relative to the zoning overlay. Does that mean that there were noticing requirement deficiencies with them as well? We don't know. You know, there's only 7 of us in town, and it's a relatively small group of people to reach out to extend the courtesy and invitation to participate. And that's what we would like to see happen as a result of this. Bring the parties together, let them work together towards establishing something that both sides can live with. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Jared Gonzalez. Jared Gonzalez, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Jared Gonzalez, and I represent the Western Manufactured Housing Communities Association, WMA. WMA is a statewide nonprofit trade association that represents mobile home park owners and operators throughout the state. Mobile home park owners in Santa Barbara are mom and pop owners who are compassionate and fair. And despite a restrictive ordinance that limits annual rent increases and the proposed overlay zone that would further restrict what a park owner can do with his or her property, park owners are able right now to reinvest in their parks and make ends meet because they have the flexibility to set rents on incoming residents. We're not talking about existing park residents, but on incoming residents. So they're closer to market rates when there is a vacancy. This forward-thinking part of the original ordinance is a park owner's only saving grace. The consideration to limit vacancy increases would have a significant impact on park owners. And that's why park owners are frankly disappointed that this issue would be discussed without park owner input. Therefore, WMA and mobile home park owners in the city of Santa Barbara suggest a reasonable next step: to form a committee or a task force to discuss the vacancy rent issue and the overlay issue so that the city, park owners, park residents can gather and provide input, ask questions, and have a full understanding of the gravity of this issue poses for all mobile home park stakeholders. We look forward to becoming an active stakeholder participant in this process moving forward. Thank you very much for your time, and stay healthy.
Very good. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Crystal Barros, then Jeanette Tan, then Terry Bartlett. Crystal Barros, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. As Ms. Metzger pointed out, this has been a process that's been going on for 4 years since the AUD concerns. We've been working very hard just to protect this little tiny bit of affordable housing that exists here for seniors and low income in Santa Barbara. Contrary to what I'm not sure I got the name, Jared Gonzalez said about the mom and pop owners. Pacific Current Partners, PCP, and Star Management Company, who is their in-house management company, to my understanding, are not mom and pop at all. This is a huge organization. But Mr. Gonzalez said something about how this restricts the property owners. Well, for one thing, in most municipalities in our county and in Carpinteria and in Goleta and in many places in Orange County, and most of the state has vacancy rent control at 10%. It's not saying they have to keep it at 3% or 1%. It's 10%. It's a reasonable increase. The fact that Star Management or PCP, whoever, since they bought this place, the Flamingo, in about 3 years ago, the rates have gone up so ridiculously. I don't know if I have my numbers exactly right, but it went from something like $700 a month base rent to $1,200 a month base rent. That doesn't include the utilities that they add on, because we're sub-metered or substandard in our utilities, as are many mobile home parks. Mobile home parks are traditionally known as cash cows because they do very little to help us and yet continue to collect the rents. We have to buy the homes. We own our homes, at least in the Flamingo, not in Tropical Gardens. And the fact that they continue to raise the rent on the space makes the value of our homes go down. So the homeowners, our mobile homeowners, what little tiny bit we have is also, the value of our homes goes down as they raise the rents exorbitantly. Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Another speaker?
Our next speaker is Jeanette Tan. Jeanette Tan, then Terry Bartlett, then Dan Viano. Jeanette Tan, please go ahead.
Yes. Hi, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Jeanette Tan, and I live in the Flamingo Park. I moved here in 2017 when I bought an old trailer and built a brand new trailer. At that time, my home was appraised for $150,000. That appraisal was based on 3 recent sales of new trailers, ranging from $180,000 and 2 others at $150,000. So the price of my trailer was within the range of what was already existing in the park. And the park has been moving away from the older trailers into the newer trailers. Last week, my home was appraised for $135,000, and the appraiser said it's unlikely that he knows that one of the banks would not even accept that appraisal because there have been so few sales in the park recently. When I bought in 2017, there were 6 other sales that year, and the rents ranged from $750 to $775. In 2018, there were 4 sales, two of them before the park sold ranging from $775 to $875. And then after the park sold in June, that rent went to $900. In 2019, there were no sales at all. And in 2020, 2 sales in 2020 have been for $1,200. There are currently 2 trailers listed for sale that have been on the market for a long time. One of them listed at $120,000, the other at $1,200. When I approached the park about selling my trailer, I was told to say the rent will be at least $1,020. So you have to apply to the park to live in the park. So basically they're going to take the new owners and then make up a price based on their balance sheet. During the time from 2017 to 2020, the values of the parks, of the trailers in other parks in San Vicente and Rancho, which are in the county of Santa Barbara, those trailers, the sales of those trailers averaged they went from in 2017, $372,000 up to $390,000. And in La Cumbre Park, it went from $312,000 to $400,000. So trailers should appreciate, certainly not as much as regular real estate, but there should be some appreciation on these trailers. In those parks, right now, the rates, the park rent in those parks for the trailers that are currently for sale averages $650, with a range from $873 to $385. Those parks also include water. They have huge amenities, many more amenities that are available currently at the Flamingo Park. So please consider the rent control. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Terry Barlett, then Dan Viano. Terry Barlett, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Terry Bartlett. I'm an attorney in town and I have represented over the years numerous mobile home parks. At the outset, I want to encourage you to visit the mobile home parks that the former speaker spoke about. They're very, very different. So I would encourage you to put that on your list of to-do things. With respect to the overlay, mobile home parks started as a way to use land on an interim basis, almost land banking. Most of the parks which remain are very old. The infrastructure continually needs attention. To impose a mobile home park overlay would cause these parks to continue to decline in quality, and with the imposition of an overlay zone on top of mobile home rent control, there's not a lot of incentive for property owners to invest in significant upgrades. As to the language found in Municipal Code Section 2608060, Mr. Cullen is correct. I was involved in the lawsuit. It was Hall versus City of Santa Barbara. And that language was added as a part of a arm's length settlement of that lawsuit. That's how that language got in there. It was put in 5 years after the then council adopted the ordinance. It is an important item to help park owners be able to revitalize and keep their parks going, because with the 75% of the CPI increase that is the base in the mobile home rent control ordinance, that's just not sufficient for particularly the parks on the west side. Those parks have been around probably almost as long as I've been around, and I just turned 68. And they need help, and you cannot get blood out of a turnip. You can't have a park owner be collecting very low rents and expect them to go in and redo the entire infrastructure. We have failing water systems that the park owners are required and do repair. So I'd just like you to think about kind of adding insult to injury by requiring park owners to continue to be in the business of operating parks while taking away the benefit of the vacancy decontrol. And I look forward to participating in those discussions. Thank you very much.
Very good. Other speaker?
Our final speaker is Dan Viano. Dan Viano, please go ahead.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Anyhow, I live at Flamingo Mobile Home Park also, and you guys gotta realize just outside of our city limits on Upper State Street, there's at least 10 mobile home parks, and I think my previous speakers have mentioned them. San Vicente. Another example, I can name all 10, but I'm not going to take your time. They're just outside of our city limit. All those park owners that own the land are doing quite well with the vacancy control. And the vacancy control is interesting. It's 10% if the home hasn't changed hands within 5 years, meaning the park owner cannot raise the rent when a homeowner sells it unless it's been more than 5 years. There's at least a dozen parks just outside of our city limits, not even talking about the whole county, just up the street from the city. And they all have lived through this forever. There hasn't been any input, according to the staff, from these home park owners during this process. This is truly a golden goose and that are laying golden eggs, and we homeowners here at Flamingo are being disenfranchised just outside of the city limits. They enjoy this significant control of their space rent. And again, it's just inconceivable that the city of Santa Barbara, which has really just one mobile home park, which is us. The other ones are rental parks. People that rent a mobile home they don't have to be concerned about the market value. But just like a regular homeowner, I spend the summer maintaining my home, fixing my roof and whatever. I have a stake here also. The park owners outside the city have been under this limit forever. The county has saw fit to do this. And it's just incredible that a couple words that are different in the city's ordinance and the county ordinance. I wish you guys would talk to your supervisors at the county and get some feedback from them. There's just so many more mobile home parks just outside of our city limits. And I'm surprised that you should follow your staff recommendations. Anyhow, thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Thank you. Anyone else on the line, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor. One further speaker, Sharon Nielsen. Sharon Nielsen, please go ahead. Sharon Nielsen, you can unmute yourself, and there you go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I just want to reiterate what some of my fellow mobile home park mates have said already, and I just want to be sure that it doesn't escape the council's attention of this very clear example of what happens if there's no vacancy rent control. I mean, this is a real-time thing where the new owners came in and increased the vacancy rent 50% from $800 to $1,200, and so that's the example of what they will do, given the opportunity to do that. And it's a very well-known fact in the industry that for every $100 that the space rent goes up, the property owners, us that own our units, their property values go down $10,000. As Jeanette was addressing, now that she's trying to sell, she's seeing the impact of that. And also I have friends that live in these other mobile home parks that are outside of the city, whose space rents are lower than ours, and they are gorgeous. I mean, landscaping, just neat as a pin, top notch, and so how are they doing it? I understand that probably being within the city, it's a more expensive property to own here than outside of the city, but still they must have some kind of winning formula, because their space rents are less than ours, and the parks are gorgeous with, as they were saying, way more amenities: tennis courts, pickleball courts, multiple pools, full-on landscaping crews. I mean, just beautiful, beautiful parks. So yeah, you need to go and see the parks and see what we're talking about, because they're extremely different. And a $1,200 space rent in a park like Flamingo compared to space rents that are lower in these other gorgeous parks just doesn't make sense. It's like, what is wrong with this picture? So anyway, they did finish the road paving project here since we met last, and we were all very thankful for that, because I think you saw pictures of how it had gone, and maybe that's part of the problem, is that there's just been so much deferred maintenance. I mean, we still have the open walls in the bathrooms and laundry rooms, and it's been that way as long as I've been here, which is 2.5 years. So just lots of deferred maintenance. That's hard to catch up on. But $1,200 space rent shouldn't be the answer. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Any other speakers, Ms. Clerk?
Madam Mayor, yes, one final speaker, Carl Cameron. Carl Cameron,
And
please go.
that'll be our final speaker. Thanks.
Very good. Carl Cameron, please go ahead. Carl Cameron, please go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
It says I'm unmuted. I just wanted to chime in. I've been here for 3 years and my rent has gone up over 15%. I don't know the exact amount, but originally it was about $700 and now I'm close to $900 space rent. So they seem to just be charging what they want to charge, maximum return on their investment for sure. And I can see, given another 5 to 8 years, that it's going to get very, very expensive and will be difficult in retirement. Luckily, I'm still working, but I have 5 years left before I retire. So I was hoping to have some stability down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll close public comment, and I will call on you as I see you on the screen, but I wanted to take the liberty of starting with a question to Ms. Metzger about attachment 3, which is the applicable general plan policy. So in the land use element, when we make a motion, do we need to reference these? This was very persuasive to me, that we prioritize low, very low, low, moderate. We provide housing opportunities for seniors, non-subsidized rental housing, and preserve affordable housing. Ms. Metzger?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So the general plan applicable policies are part of the report. You can reference them in your motion, but it's not necessary.
Okay. And then in terms of noticing, if this overlay item went to the Planning Commission and the Ordinance Committee, then there was noticing on those 2 steps along the way, correct?
The postcard goes out, Madam Mayor, at the beginning of the process. So everyone who is a property owner can contact me and get on an interested parties list, which then switches to an email list. And so the postcard was for Planning Commission. An email list also went out for Planning Commission to previous people that were interested in the project. And then an email goes out for Ordinance Committee, as well as a land development team email, and an email for this city council meeting.
Okay, so what's before the council is voting on the overlay, and then part 2, so that's A, B, and C, but D is initiating code amendments to reestablish mobile home vacancy rent control. Ms. Metzger, Mr. Kahlon, do I have that right?
Madam Mayor, that is correct. So okay. the first A, B, and C are in regards to the overlay and the amendments to the maps. And then D is the direction to our city attorney's office to look into the reestablishment of the vacancy rent control.
Go ahead, Mr. Kahlon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before the council gets into deliberation, I wanted to offer a suggestion. I do understand the park owners concern, at least as to vacancy control or decontrol. One option for the council, should you wish to initiate those code amendments, would be to direct us to conduct some enhanced civic engagement with the park owners during that process while you go forward with the overlay zoning today. Thank you. I'd be happy to do that.
Okay. Let's go ahead and start our discussion then. Mr. Friedman, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to thank our staff for bringing these items forward. I want to begin by saying that when we look at our affordable housing stock, mobile homes are a critical part of that. And they present unique circumstances, especially in instances like the Flamingo, where the residents own their own homes there, because it makes it much more difficult for them to locate to new housing should rents come out of their pay range. So we are in a housing crisis right now in terms of affordability, and mobile homes provide some stability. And many of the residents there are not only seniors, but they've lived there for decades, and they are an integral part of our community and have been for such a long time. So in terms of, I'll leave vacancy control off for just a minute, but in terms of the zoning and the map overlay, I think that being that we have so many residents that are in mobile homes, we need to add those protections for them and for our housing stock. The other thing we need to understand as a community is that with our regional housing needs assessment numbers and the amount of housing that we are being allocated to by the state of California to meet the coming needs and going into the next cycle, we have an obligation and a duty to our entire community to protect what we already have, because it's very difficult to build new housing and create those opportunities for new affordable housing, yet we're being asked by the state, and they're moving more towards required, to meet these higher numbers. So the first thing we do is protect what we already have, because or else we come into a deficit. So the first part is I'm going to be supporting the overlay and the map amendments, and I'll make the motion in just a second, but I also want to address the vacancy control issue. This is one where it's been a long time, and it's been in discussion as well a long time. Residents have brought it up to us over the years. And with the vacancy control, I want to just, Mr. Colon actually went where I was going to go with this, is we're not making a decision today, and I think earlier Councilmember Harmon's questions got to that, is there will be a public process, because we're not making that choice today, where the park owners will have engagement, and they will have an opportunity to share their perspective and their input on this, as well as the park residents throughout the city. And so that's what we're doing today, is to kick off that process, and it will come back through multiple levels of review, and then we will make a decision on it. And this is the first step towards having that public engagement process. So I would like to take the city attorney up on that offer to do that enhanced engagement, and also, of course, ensure that the park residents are aware of this as well. So those are my comments right now. And again, this is really about protecting some of our most vulnerable residents and our affordable housing that we really need in this community. And that has been here for many, many years. And if we don't take the right approach community-wide and as a city working with the owners to protect that, we will lose it. And so with that, I'm going to make the motion to move the staff recommendation today.
Thank you. Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be happy to second Mr. Friedman's motion. Similarly, I'd like to express my thanks to staff and also to Councilmember Friedman. I know he has worked really hard to bring this forward, and I'm grateful for his leadership on this. I really just echo his comments. I'll be brief. As he said, as Ms. Barrows said, mobile homes really are sort of the last bastion of affordable housing in the state of California, and certainly here in Santa Barbara County as well. And even as that is true, it's becoming more and more expensive and prohibitively so for many folks to either maintain residence in the park or to move into one. So I think these are really important changes. I also want to just echo my support for moving forward the conversation about vacancy decontrol in our mobile home parks. I appreciate that community input will be done on this issue. It's certainly an important one that we hear all voices on, but it's, you know, it's really interesting. We heard from some residents today talking about the depreciation of their trailers. And I think that's an important point to keep in mind, that with that depreciation, along with the owner's ability to price the underlying land, perhaps in more than in any other context, there's this fundamental asymmetry where the mobile home park owner has quite a bit of leverage over its residents. So I think it's an important conversation that we have, and potentially a very important opportunity for us to protect those that need it most in our community. So with thanks, I will second it and be voting in favor.
Thanks. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll also be voting in favor, and my comments echo both of the council members you already heard. I do have a question for Mr. Colon, though. Are we on stable legal ground with the method of noticing we did, in that we did provide noticing to one of the two facilities that the owner owned, but not the other? Can we rely on that noticing to his other park, saying it was happening to all of the parks in the city, meeting the requirement of our noticing?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, yes, we can. I understand Ms. Metzger to say that we mailed the notices to the addresses we were provided by the county, and errors there are not something we're accountable for.
Okay. And then my other question was, I heard you say something different than I heard Mr. Friedman say, and that's that you use this phrase, enhanced engagement with the park owners. I heard Mr. Friedman say enhanced engagement with everybody. I wouldn't be in favor of just enhanced engagement with the park owners. I can make you groan with another work effort that's going underway right now that is down a rabbit hole, not working so much. I think if we're going to enhance it or just do it, that it should be both tenants and owners, so to speak, involved in the process. Does that make sense?
Madam Mayor, may I? Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, it does make sense. Let me explain what I mean by enhanced civic engagement. You'll have noticed that in the last couple of years, I've made an effort to solicit written commentary on reports before they're presented to council, and then do the courtesy to those who offer comments of responding to them ahead of the meeting. In other words, what enhanced civic engagement means is opening up the dialogue so we get some meaningful back and forth and exchange before you as the decision makers need to evaluate it.
Sounds perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And Mr. Jordan, what I understood is that the notice was delivered to a property manager or some kind of agent. And so it did get to the entity, perhaps not to that gentleman in person, but Mr. Kalan has given you a legal opinion that we're on safe legal grounds.
That's all I wanted was the legal opinion to say we're in the clear and not have to put this off for 2 weeks. So I'm fine.
And, Madam Mayor, if I might, just to avoid any confusion, when I communicated with Mr. Niederkaufler yesterday, his office address is in San Francisco.
Okay. Well, we will be sure to publicize this and get the word out. And I too will be voting for this motion with thanks to the planning commissioners and to the ordinance committee members for thoroughly looking at this issue. I too recognize the people who live in these properties are vulnerable and need protection in Santa Barbara's brutal housing market, and I will do everything I can to protect their housing as it is. So I think we're ready for a vote because I don't see anyone else popping on. Mr. Kalan, something else to add?
Yes, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. Just to be clear, the staff recommendation does not include initiating code amendments on vacancy control.
The what doesn't?
The staff recommendation asks the
Oh,
council to
To
consider.
consider.
I think that's a separate motion is what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying. So I'll amend it, move the staff recommendation and move to direct that we look at vacancy, the process to establish vacancy control.
Seconded.
Okay, so we are initiating code amendments to reestablish mobile home.
And I do
vacancy
have one
rent
question.
control.
to the
Now
motion,
we're
Mr.
clear.
Cullen. Do we need to reference findings in this particular motion for A, B, and C?
I don't think so.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, they're included in the recommendation.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure on that. Okay, thank you very much.
We seem clear for a roll call vote. Ms. Gorman, please. Thank you.
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, to move the staff recommendation and to direct a look at the process to reestablish mobile home vacancy decontrol.
Ms. Clerk, we're initiating code amendments to reestablish mobile home vacancy rent control.
Okay, so that is staff recommendation and initiating code amendments to reestablish mobile home vacancy rent control.
I think I have that right. Okay.
Yes, yes, thank you. I was going off the agenda. Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. Well, that was unanimous. We will close that item. We have just one more on our agenda. Ms. Clerk, are we ready to move on to item 9? Ms. Sneddon, did you have something?
Madam Mayor, I didn't come in today thinking that I would recuse myself, but after hearing my husband's name in public comment, and honestly, we don't talk about this project, so I didn't realize his level of involvement. So at the break, I asked him, and he is a project development team member. And just, there's not a true conflict, but I think just to avoid the appearance of conflict on this important project, and because I do have my own opinions on them that sort of predate my time on council, I'm just going to elect to recuse myself on this item.
I think you can do that. Mr. Kalan, can you just confirm that it is the council member's decision to recuse, whether or not she checked in with you? Because I think sometimes we check in with the city attorney.
And I didn't in this case because I didn't believe there was an actual legal conflict, but if you could offer advice, Mr. Klon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem. There is not a financial conflict of interest because the income your spouse earns from the county does not count. Your concern, though, is around bias, and to the extent that his employment is in any way related to this project, you may be financially interested, although it's not recognized by the Political Reform Act. So what you're saying is that you want to avoid the appearance of bias in decision-making here, and that's an appropriate reason to abstain. By abstaining, you consent to the will of the majority.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Klon. I think in this case, I will choose to abstain. It's very rarely that our projects coincide, but this roundabout has the city component, the county component, and I've been aware and involved with this project from before my time on council. So I will, in full transparency, abstain. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, so for those of us that are remaining for this appeal, Ms. Clerk, I'm sorry, would you go ahead and read it into the, did you already read it into the record? No.
I will read it. Item 9, appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a coastal development permit for the Olive Mill Roundabout project.
Okay, and Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon has taken herself out of the proceedings, which is fine. So land use appeals are a particularly serious responsibility of our city council. This is a quasi judicial proceeding, and there are specific rules and a format. And this is how the hearing will be structured. Council members will disclose any ex parte communications to start off. Staff will make a presentation. We'll have remarks from an advisory board if that's appropriate. Questions from the council. Presentation by the appellant. The appellant will get 20 minutes. And if they don't use all 20, they can save, 5 or whatever for after public comment to make closing remarks or rebuttal to anything they may have heard. And then questions from the council for the appellant. And then presentation from the applicant, questions from the council, public comment, any rebuttal or closing remarks if there's time left over, and council deliberations. So let's go ahead and just close any ex parte communications. Pop on the screen if you have anything to report, please, city council members. I don't see any. I guess I should disclose that I am the city's representative to SBCAG, and so have heard a lot about the project, but not specifically about this appeal. So we go to staff presentation. Ms. Ostranger, welcome, and go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mayor Murillo and council members. Before Mrs. Arciniega takes over the presentation, I just wanted to address the council because this is somewhat of a more unique situation in that the city in this case is the applicant for the project that is being appealed. And while you'll notice that normally we don't, as staff, advocate a position, in this case, because the applicant is the city, you'll see in the recommendation that staff is recommending that you deny the appeal. This procedurally, as soon as we receive the appeal, means in our office, we have divided functions, whereas I specifically advise the staff on the appeal, and you as the neutral decision-making body will be advised by an attorney who I have not had contact with and not sought advice from. Somewhat of a, I guess you could call it a firewall. It prevents conflicts due to due process. In this case, I have not had any communication on the project generally with either Mr. Kalan or Mr. Hinchke. And in this case, because Mr. Hinchke is also familiar with the project, Mr. Kalan has asked that Mr. Hinchke serve as advisor to the council at that time. And I will be advising staff and answering those kind of questions. So any procedural questions, Mr. Hinchke will be answering for you. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Hello, Madam Mayor and council and members of the public. My name is Megan Arciniega. I'm the planner in the Community Development Department assigned to the Olive Mill Roundabout project, and I'll be going over the appeal for you today. Next slide, please. The purpose of today's hearing is for the City Council to have a de novo review of the coastal development permit application that's needed to construct a roundabout at this intersection. The coastal development permit was reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission on August 20th, and their approval was subsequently appealed by Mr. Scott Wins of Cars Are Basic and is now before you for review. Next slide. The project intersection is located at the end of Coast Village Road at the very edge of the city limits. In fact, half of the intersection is actually within the county's jurisdiction. And for this reason, the project actually requires permits from both the city and the county. You can see the jurisdiction map to the right. It's also a unique intersection because it has 6 legs connecting Coast Village Road, Olive Mill Road, North Jameson Lane, as well as the Highway 101 on-ramp and Highway 101 off-ramp. Next slide, please. This six-way intersection is stop controlled by stop signs and requires drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists to all determine who has the right of way from 6 different directions. Being able to see everyone at the intersection can also be challenging because the stop lines vary in distance apart from each other. The closest stop lines are about 40 feet apart, and then others are as much as 145 feet apart. So the different 6 different legs, varied stop lines, and a mix of cars, bikes, and pedestrians results in a notable traffic inefficiencies at this intersection, traffic backup, and a lot of confusion, as well as safety hazards in this very key corridor. And these inefficiencies have been long identified as an issue for both the county and the city. In 1992, the Montecito Community Plan identified this intersection to have an unacceptable level of service. In 2011, the city's general plan also identified this intersection as needing improvement. Next slide, please. In response to that, the City Public Works Division did some analysis between 2013 and 2017 and identified the solution for the intersection to be a roundabout as the preferred improvement to address the traffic issues that were known to exist there. And then in 2017, the Highway 101 environmental impact report similarly identified a roundabout as an appropriate design mitigation for this intersection. Following along that in 2019, the County Board of Supervisors adopted their local coastal plan policies, also requiring a roundabout very specifically at this intersection. Next slide. So the proposed project would reconfigure this intersection to a single lane roundabout as previously identified. The approaches to the intersection would be curved to slow traffic, and the lanes would be narrowed to funnel the traffic from 2 lanes into single lanes as they approach the roundabout. The project also proposes pedestrian crossings, reduced pedestrian crossings, a new crosswalk at the northern leg of Olive Mill Road, as well as pedestrian refuge islands, sidewalks, new street lighting, new signage, landscaping, and drainage facilities. Next slide. And as mentioned, the Highway 101 EIR for Environmental Impact Report that was prepared for the high occupancy vehicle or carpooling project is where this project stems from. That EIR was prepared in 2014 and only identified Class 1 impacts for aesthetic and visual resources. But prior to its certification, the EIR was revised to address legal challenges that they met. And so that 2017 revision actually added Class 1 impacts to transportation as well as aesthetics. They found that there was an increase in traffic from the HOV project that would end up causing a substantial increase in traffic delay at 8 intersections throughout the area, Olive Mill intersection being one of them. And since the Olive Mill intersection was looked at, they found that it would actually drop to a level of service F with the additional traffic, and the EIR identified a roundabout as the appropriate mitigation for that intersection. Next slide. As part of the planning review of the roundabout application, an EIR addendum was also prepared that specifically analyzed all of the EIR issue areas as they pertain to the design of the roundabout that you see today. The addendum also addressed changes since the certification of the EIR back in 2017, including minor changes to the HOV project, changes in environmental conditions from the Thomas Fire and debris flow, and then also any new evaluation criteria and regulations that have come into play since then, including but not limited to SB 743, which speaks to vehicles miles traveled. Next slide. The EIR addendum identified a number of the EIR mitigation measures that would still apply or that should apply to the roundabout project, and ultimately concluded that compliance with those mitigation measures is required for build out of this project, but that also concluding that the addendum, the project wouldn't result in any new or a more significant or substantial increase of impacts than previously identified in the EIR. So no new EIR would be required. Next slide. In addition to the environmental review, planning review also looks at zoning and planning policy consistency analysis. There are a number of policies that speak to this type of development as a public improvement and public facility. The applicable policies call for this type of development to maintain existing public coastal access and strive to resolve functional concerns, which staff believes it does both of those. It also calls for ensuring safe and efficient connections to all modes of transportation. So not just cars, but walking, cycling, and also the bus stops and transit stops that are in this area, which we have two. The project does do that. And then policies also call for public facilities to not be oversized, which is important. And so it is important to note that the design is actually accommodated entirely within the existing right-of-way. There are no private property takings to accommodate the footprint of the roundabout. So it does achieve its goals without being oversized. And then lastly, policies require that this type of development provide pedestrian and bicycle facilities, are sensitive to historic resources, and use materials appropriate for the Santa Barbara region, which the project was found to also comply with. Next slide. Staff recommended, with that compliance, staff recommended, of course, approval of the project. Because the project required permits from both the city and the county, we held a joint planning commission hearing, which was unique, on August 20th for both the city planning commission and the county's Montecito planning commission. The city was able to approve their permit on August 20th. The Montecito planning commission continued their discussion to September 14th. In the meantime, on August 28th, we did receive the appeal, the subject appeal, of the city PC's approval. Then on September 14th, the Montecito Planning Commission did move forward with approving their permit, but then their permit was also appealed on September 22nd. Today, you are reviewing the city council, the city's appeal, and then on November 17th, the County Board of Supervisors will hear the county appeal. Next slide. The appeal that was submitted to the city by Karsar Basic has three main issues. First, that no environmental study analyzed vehicle miles traveled or VMT impacts associated with the project. The second concern is that the project violates Coastal Act Section 30253D, which states that new development shall minimize energy consumption and vehicle miles traveled. And then lastly, also that it violates the city coastal land use policy 3.26, which mirrors the Coastal Act Section 30253D. Next slide. Before we get into the appeals issues too much, I do want to give a little bit of background on what VMT is and how it applies to projects. There are two different types of analysis tools you commonly hear when it comes to transportation impact analysis. Level of service being one, and then vehicle miles traveled. The city actually has both of those tools in different areas, so we do apply them in different ways. Level of service really gets at measuring congestion or seconds of delay that you're experiencing as a motorist at a specific intersection. And then it grades that delay or level of service from A to F, with A being the best operating conditions and F the worst. And the goal is to look at how to move cars faster and more efficiently through that intersection or transportation corridor. Vehicle miles traveled, on the other hand, is a more zoomed out, wider scale analysis. It's going to be looking more at land uses amongst a larger transportation network and how they work together. It adds up the amount of vehicle miles traveled by all vehicles in a geographic region over a period of time. And then the goal is to not just move the cars, but to move people more safely and conveniently with less carbon emissions. Next slide. So that means that VMT analysis might just consider other transportation modes, not just cars, but bikes and pedestrians and transits when we're looking at reducing vehicle miles traveled. VMT analysis might look at the usability of existing infrastructure. If a project is to improve the safety, maybe would that increase its usability and reduce vehicle miles traveled? It might consider whether an existing service, adding a new service in an area like a grocery store, does that add a convenience then that reduces the need for people to drive further away, so they're actually driving less far? Or is there already a grocery store in that area and it does nothing to the amount of distance people are driving? Next slide. It's an interesting tool that can also be used as an indicator as whether a mix of land uses is balanced. So if you have a really homogeneous type of development, all residential, and there's really a lack of commercial services nearby, most people are going to have to drive and drive further, and that would have a higher VMT. So it's a good kind of thermometer on what kind of land uses we have going on. It's also a tool that's used to achieve strategies for reducing energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide. So we're definitely on board with using VMT. It's a complex tool, but it tells you a lot. You're looking at the temperature, of the vehicle miles traveled today, and then does the project increase those vehicle miles traveled? And figuring that out is really assessing what are the existing land uses? What's the mix of land uses? Is this new project going to be close to transit? Is it some, in an island far away from existing services, creating people the need or the desire for people to drive to it? Is it creating new trips, or is it just redistributing trips that are already happening? It looks at redevelopment different from expansion. Is redeveloping the store to the same kind of use different than expanding the store to a different kind of use? So it's a complex tool. Next slide. That also is applied to transportation projects. Although, we were talking a lot about it applying to development projects, there are road construction projects that do increase VMT, particularly when capacity is increased. And that's partially because when you add capacity, like adding a lane, even though you're doing that to reduce congestion and allow more space, the additional space can create a new demand that then results in new VMT, or vehicle miles traveled. So it really is, you have to look at the project and what it is doing. Next slide. But that being said, there are also types of transportation projects that are more minor in nature and that are not really creating that kind of demand or having that measurable increase. And for that, we really defer to the state's guidance. So the state's Office of Planning and Research gives very specific VMT guidance on how to look at projects. And they've identified a number of projects, over 25 types of transportation projects specifically, that do not measurably increase VMT. And those are things, and it makes sense if you think about it, safety projects of, making sure lighting and signage are appropriate, or traffic calming devices that are slowing traffic, not expanding traffic, or maintenance projects that are for infrastructure that's already in place, or things like bike and pedestrian facilities that are really providing new ways for people to move around rather than having to drive. And then also roundabouts and traffic circles are in that list very intentionally of projects that do not induce traffic. It's an improvement to an existing intersection. Next slide. So in regards to appeal issue number 1, the concern that no environmental study analyzed VMT impacts associated with the project. we have to note that VMT criteria only became effective July 1st, 2020. So it is true that the Highway 101 HOV EIR that was prepared in 2014, 2017 did not address VMT. It predated that requirement. But the addendum that we did for the intersection for the roundabout project in 2020 did indeed address VMT and using the State Office of Planning and Research guidelines specifically, which then concluded that roundabouts do not increase VMT per that guidance. So that analysis was included in staff's material. Next slide. In regards to appeal issues numbers 2 and 3, which are identical, but just pointing to the fact that both in the Coastal Act section and in our city land use policies, we have language that states that new development shall minimize energy consumption and vehicle miles traveled. And to this, it is notable to know that the project or construction of the roundabout would reduce delay and idling, and that would result in energy consumption. And then also the improvements that are a part of the project would serve to minimize vehicle miles traveled. There's no roadway expansion. There's it's an existing intersection that's being improved. Travel lanes would be narrowed to slow traffic. And there are a number of improvements to pedestrian and bicycle facilities that would also improve the usability of the intersection and serve functionally to reduce VMT. Next slide. So in staff's review of the project, we really do believe that the project, and have found the project is consistent with our both local policies, Coastal Act policies, and environmental requirements. So staff is taking a position of recommending approval of the project and denial of the appeal. That action would require the City Council to take an action on the environmental review documents and make the required findings of approval for the project, both for the coastal development permit and the CEQA findings, and then also approve the project subject to the conditions of approval provided in the Planning Commission resolution. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. R. Cienega. We'll take questions from the council. Do you know if a representative from the Planning Commission is here to make a statement? Perhaps Chair Deborah Schwartz? Ms. Gorman?
Mr. Reed is here from the Planning Commission.
Let's hear from Mr. Reed and then take questions for Mr. Reed or Ms. R. Cienega. Go ahead, Mr. Reed.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. I'm here to represent Planning Commission on this appeal. City Planning Commission voted strongly in favor to approve the project with a 6-0 vote and made the required findings in support of the 101 HOV revised final EIR addendum and coastal development permit. Additionally, Planning Commission, under the conditions of approval, made a couple revisions. I can just briefly summarize the high points of those, which included privacy considerations for the resident at 110 Olive Mill, continuous vehicular access to 1298 Coast Village Road, which is a commercial parcel. We also revised conditions to minimize lighting impacts for the project, as well as long-term planning and funding for landscape maintenance, construction protections for commercial and residential in the immediate area. This was a, 9 or 10 hour meeting. We really went into it and there was unanimous support from our commission, and we were proud of the work that was done. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Are there questions for our Planning Commission representative or for our staff? And thanks for that good presentation, Ms. R. Cienega. I don't see anyone appearing on the screen to ask questions, so thanks for a thorough presentation. And we will now go to the appellant. So Ms. Clerk, if you would queue up Mr. Wentz or Mr. Becker. There, the visual is coming through. That's great. And let me set my timer to 20 minutes. It's all ready to go. Whenever you're ready to go, Mr. Becker?
Yes, I'd like to say before you start the timer, I need to have my visual up on the screen next to you. I was promised by staff that they'd be able to see me.
We can't see you, but we can see your slide.
And this is not working out. Can you still hear me?
I hear you just great.
Good. Sarah Gorman promised that they would be able to see me when this started, and I would be a panelist in my picture, my visual would be up there.
It looks
There
like
it is.
she's working on it. Yeah.
Okay.
And Mr. Becker, I did just elevate you to be a panelist, and you can turn on your webcam. I also sent you a webcam request, so you should have something on your screen
Okay.
where you can accept it, and it will show you.
All right, share my webcam. Let's see. Just give me just a minute, Mayor. We're setting this
Sure.
up. And I have
Yeah,
one
sure.
more question for you, Mayor, before I start. You said that my rebuttal will come after public comment.
Right. It's the last thing we'll hear before we go into deliberations. If you don't use up the whole 20 minutes.
I will save my rebuttal time for after public comment. That's just different than what I was told, but that's fine. Okay. I'm ready to begin my presentation.
Go ahead, please.
All right, you want to start the timer so I can see it?
No, it's my phone. We do it here. We do it here in the. I can tell you when
Okay.
you're at 10. I can tell you when you're at 5.
Just let me know when I'm at 10. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to
Thank you.
start you. Well, let me start you over again.
Sorry for the confusion, but
That's
yeah.
okay. Okay.
All right, thank you. First off, I will be making the presentation on behalf of Cars Are Basic, but I am not a member of Cars Are Basic. I'm simply making the presentation. If I use the words we or are, that's just force of habit because I used to be a member of Cars Are Basic. And I'd like to, before I begin, I'd like to thank Sarah Gorman for really helping me out. We set this up last night and she ran me through it. We did a test on this and we were on the phone and on the computer till almost 10 o'clock last night. So the reason why it's working now is because of the hard work that Sarah put in last night. I'd like to thank you. All right, so I'm going to begin now. California Coastal Act Section 302534 was enacted in 2007. Now, SB 743, which your staff talked about, SB 743 came out of this section. This section was the genesis for SB 743. So when we talk about enforcing SB 743, the enforcement requirements were there for this Coastal Act section in 2007, and it applied to this project when ERR was being looked at in 2014, 2017. California Coastal Act Section 302534 and City Local Plan Policy 3.1-26 both read, quote, new development shall minimize energy consumption and vehicle miles traveled. That's it. One sentence in plain, clear English. There's no ambiguity in that sentence. You must minimize energy consumption and vehicle miles traveled. Unfortunately, your staff is going to mangle that clearly understood, unambiguous statement until you can't even recognize it. That is a complaint that we've had for a long time. Now, when it says that you have to minimize energy consumption and vehicle miles traveled, well, you have to study whether or not there are alternatives to this project that will minimize VMT and energy consumption to a greater level than the project does. And we're going to get to that. Cars Are Basic in 2017 submitted an environmentally superior alternative to this project, and it was never looked at in violation of CEQA. And we're going to get to CEQA too. The California courts have determined that the Coastal Act supersedes the California Environmental Quality Act when there is a conflict between the two acts, and the Coastal Act provides a greater level of environmental protection than CEQA. And I'll go to this point. This Coastal Act requires a minimization of VMT. CEQA did not at the time. It does now, but at the time it doesn't. This act provided a greater level of environmental protection than CEQA did. And that's going to be an important issue later on. Therefore, Coastal Act Section 302534 and then City Local Coastal Policy supersedes CEQA requirements that were in place at the time the EIR and SEIR were certified for the Highway 101 HOV project. CEQA at that time did not require the project's VMT impacts to be evaluated, but the Coastal Act and the city's coastal plan did. You had to look at that time, you had to look at VMT because of the Coastal Act, not because of CEQA, because of the Coastal Act. And remember, I told you the Coastal Act trumps and supersedes CEQA because it provides a greater level of environmental protection than CEQA on this issue. In order for the project to be lawfully granted a coastal development permit, it must comply with Coastal Act Section 302534 and the city's local coastal policy 3.1-26. Compliance with CEQA is not enough. Compliance with CEQA is important, but you also have to comply with the Coastal Act, and the Coastal Act trumps CEQA on this issue. Go to page 2, please. City staff has acknowledged in several environmental and planning documents that the Olive Mill Roundabout is an inseparable component of the Highway 101 HOV project. Staff considers the roundabout project and HOV lane segments 4A to 4E to be inseparable, intrinsically connected parts of the same project. Staff never prepared or submitted any EIR, MND, or any environmental documents submitted to the public during the CEQA mandated review period that describes the proposed roundabout as a standalone project separate from the environmental impacts of the HOV project. Staff never did that until we appealed this project. Then staff all of a sudden claimed it's a separate project. It's not. They've always said that this was integral and inseparable from the HOV project. City staff submitted environmental documents to the City Planning Commission that acknowledges the HOV project, even with mitigations, will induce significant increases in VMT, will likely cause significant increases in energy consumption, and will fail to minimize VMT in direct violation of the Coastal Act and the city's coastal plans or programs. City staff has acknowledged in several environmental and planning documents that the main purpose of the Olive Mill Roundabout is to increase capacity at the intersection to handle the increased VMT from the addition of HOV lanes. Staff acknowledges that the HOV lanes cannot be constructed without the Olive Mill Roundabout. And without the roundabout project, the VMT increases from the HOV project will never occur. Page 3, please. In the
Mr. Becker, let me stop you there. You're at 12 minutes, 49 seconds. You didn't come onto the screen. I don't mean to interrupt your flow, but were you going to turn on your webcam?
You told me it was. You told me it was on. You told me you could see me.
I can't
You said
see.
that.
I think it was.
Sarah, can the people see me, Sarah? Sarah?
Mr. Becker, we can hear you, but we can't see you. If you look on your screen, I sent you a webcam request. You should be able to accept that and it would show
I
your
did.
camera.
I did exactly what I was instructed to do. And you're telling me that after doing exactly what I was instructed to do, you can't see me.
We're hearing you and we're reading your stuff as you go along. So the content of what you're presenting is perfectly
The
clear.
agreement that I had with staff was that you'd be able to see me when I'm making my presentation. That was the agreement.
Is there a problem at your end? Because we sent you a request.
I can see myself. There's a little box where I can see myself. And you asked me to click the box to share my webcam, and I did. And you're telling me after having gone for 8 minutes, you're telling me you can't see me. I'm gonna click this box again. Hang on.
Okay.
Does that help?
There we go.
There you are.
All right.
Okay.
I'd like to get my time reset. I was promised, I did exactly what you asked me to do. I clicked that and it didn't work. You should have told me 8 minutes ago you couldn't see me.
We heard every word.
Madam Mayor, I was promised by staff you'd be able to see me during my entire presentation. I did exactly what your staff asked me to do. I followed directions exactly, and you couldn't see me, and you didn't tell me for 8 minutes you couldn't see me. You stopped after 8 minutes.
Because I was listening
This
to what you
actually
were
is a disruption.
what you were saying.
This is a serious disruption to my presentation. You have seriously disrupted this.
I thought I was helping you by telling you, hey, your camera didn't go on. It seems like it was your on your end kind of a problem getting your face showing.
No, it was not. You asked me to do something, I did it. And if it didn't work, you should have immediately told me that you couldn't see me. You should not have waited for 8 minutes.
My colleagues are probably not going to like it if I start you over again. But this is a legal proceeding, and if you think us seeing your face is really going to make a difference, I'm telling you, no. I've heard every word. I've been making notes. We can read exactly what you're saying on our screen. Do you still want to start from the beginning?
Yes, please. Because I was promised by staff that you'd see me. I did as instructed, so I'd be seen by everyone. You failed, Madam Mayor, to instruct. You failed to tell me that you couldn't see me.
Well, maybe you failed to push your button correctly, but okay.
No, I pushed the button as I was told to do.
I'm going to put reset. Okay. We're going to go back. We're going to go back to 20 minutes. Folks, I really have to give Mr. Becker his appropriate time because it's a quasi-judicial hearing.
Thank you.
Okay.
And
20
let
minutes.
everybody know that this was an arrangement that staff and I made, that they'd agreed that I'd be seen and heard.
That's good. That's good.
Thank
I'm
you.
agreeing with you and we're starting over. So go ahead. I'm going to hit the button when you start talking.
Okay. Now let's start all over again. Thank you. Page 1, please, Sarah. California Coastal Act Section 302534 was enacted in 2007, and SB 743 came out of that section. Fine, I already explained that. California Coastal Act Section 302534 and City Local Coastal Plan 3.1-26 both read, new development shall minimize energy consumption and vehicle miles traveled. I explained that. That's easy to understand, plain English. And the idea that in order to determine if a project minimizes vehicle miles traveled, you have to compare that project to alternatives that were submitted at the time the project was being looked at in its environmental review. California courts have ruled that the Coastal Act supersedes the California Environmental Quality Act when there is a conflict between the two acts, and the Coastal Act provides a greater level of environmental protection than a CEQA. Therefore, Coastal Act Section 30253 and City Local Coastal Plan Policy 3.1-26 supersedes CEQA requirements that were in place at the time the EIR and SEIR were certified for the Highway 101 HOV project. CEQA at that time did not require the project's VMT impacts to be evaluated, but the Coastal Act and the city policy, local coastal policies required it. How could you determine if a project, if something is minimized, if you don't study alternatives to the project to see if there's an alternative that provides a greater minimization of something? You can't do it without studying alternative projects. In order for the project to be lawfully granted a coastal development permit, it must comply with the Coastal Act and the city local or coastal policies. Page 2, please. City staff has acknowledged in several environmental and planning documents that the Olive Mill Roundabout is an inseparable component of the Highway 101 HOV project. Staff considers the roundabout project and HOV lane segments 4A to 4E to be inseparable, intrinsically connected parts of the same project. They never said that this was a separate project. It's always been connected intrinsically and inseparably to the HOV project, especially during environmental reviews. Staff never prepared or submitted any EIR, MND, or any environmental documents submitted to public during the CEQA mandated review period that describes the proposed roundabout as a standalone project, separate from the environmental impacts of the HOV project. City staff submitted environmental documents to the City Planning Commission that acknowledges the HOV project, even with mitigations, will induce significant increases in VMT, will likely cause significant increases in energy consumption, and will fail to minimize VMT in direct violation of the Coastal Act and the city's coastal policies. And remember, this roundabout is an integral part of that HOV project. It's not separate, it's integral to it. City staff has acknowledged in several environmental and planning documents that the main purpose of the Olive Mill Roundabout is to increase capacity at the intersection to handle the increased VMT from the addition of HOV lanes. Staff acknowledges that the HOV lanes cannot be constructed without this roundabout. And without this roundabout project, VMT increases from the HOV project will never occur. This roundabout makes those VMT increases possible. It's what basically causes them. In the near future, city staff will be seeking a CDP for segment 4E of the HOV project. Approval of that CDP will likely be appealed. City staff submitted environmental documents to the City Planning Commission that acknowledges segment 4E, even with mitigations, will cause significant increases in VMT, will likely cause significant increases in energy consumption, and will fail to minimize VMT in direct violation of the Coastal Act and city local coastal policy. The Olive Mill Roundabout is integral to segment 4E. The roundabout is part of segment 4E. It would be impossible to construct segment 4E without the Olive Mill Roundabout. And by the way, in that presentation your staff gave you, they acknowledge that the HOV lanes are going to increase VMT. In the near future, the county will be seeking a CDP for segment 4D of the HOV project. Approval of that CDP will likely be appealed. Both city and county staff submitted environmental documents that acknowledge segment 4D, even with mitigations, will cause significant increases in VMT, will likely cause significant increases in energy consumption, and will fail to minimize VMT in direct violation of the Coastal Act. The Olive Mill Roundabout is integral to segment 4E. The roundabout is connected to segment 4E. Segment 4E cannot be constructed without the roundabout. The Olive Mill, page 4, please. The Olive Mill Roundabout is a required component for, intrinsically connected to, and inseparable from HOV segments 4A through 4E. The roundabout will be physically connected directly to both segments 4D and 4E. The Olive Mill Roundabout is not a separate project, detached from the HOV project, as your staff contends in its staff report for this appeal. If staff has determined the roundabout was to be evaluated as a standalone project, the environmental review of that project would have been significantly different. For instance, several people submitted alternatives during the past 3 years, stating that the level of service issues at the intersection could be improved by changes in traffic patterns at intersections near the Olive Mill Coast Village intersection. Staff refused to consider those alternative requests, declaring the roundabout as a component of the HOV project, and its purpose is to accommodate increased VMT induced into that intersection by the addition of HOVs lanes on Highway 101. What is my time, Madam Mayor? What is my time, Madam Mayor?
I had to stop it so that I could put my mic on.
Thank
You're
you.
at 12:41. So
I have 8 minutes left.
no, you have 12 minutes, 41
Okay, thank
seconds
you.
left. Okay.
All right, thank you. Page 5, please. The Olive Mill roundabout and HOV segments 4A through 4E are the same project. The project will, even with mitigations, cause significant increases in VMT, will likely cause significant increases in energy consumption, and will fail to minimize VMT in direct and gross violation of the Coastal Act and the city's local coastal policy. In 2017, as part of the draft REIR for the HOV project, CAB submitted an alternative to this project, to the HOV project, that called for reduction of VMT on Highway 101 using proper development and land use planning. Caltrans violated CEQA and refused to consider our environmentally superior alternative. Over the past 3 years, CAB has submitted their alternative to the city, county, and state as an alternative to the HOV construction, which, by the way, of course, includes this roundabout and road expansion project. All 3 entities have refused to even respond to CAB. CAB's alternative, which reduces VMT fuel consumption and emissions without any construction, was based on strategies that were being developed in 2017 for implementation of SB 743. We used SB 743 to develop our alternative to this project. We were among the first to ever use SB 743 to do that. Your staff and SBK, it's not SBK, well, SBK and Caltrans refused to compare the environmental effects of our superior alternative to this project. We had a superior project that would have done way more than this project does. It would have reduced VMT, reduced energy consumption, reduced vehicle miles, reduced everything at least 50% greater than anything that could have been done without a construction project. And your staff, Caltrans, refused to look at our alternative, and our alternative was based on SB 743 and the policies that were being developed for SB 743. I'm going to reserve the balance of my time now, Madam Mayor. And I'd just like to say, Sarah, I'm going to send you bullet points as we discussed last night for my rebuttal. I'll send it to you probably in about 10 minutes once I've heard staff. And then if you could try to put the bullet points up when I'm on rebuttal, that would be great, as we discussed yesterday. So I'm reserving the balance of my time. Thank you.
You are at you have 9 minutes, 41 seconds remaining.
Mayor, does somebody have a copy of that presentation?
Which one?
I assume
the one I just watched twice.
Sarah does.
Did somebody email it to me or others? hard
Ms.
keeping up
Grant.
on the screen. I didn't know if I was supposed to watch, listen, or read, and the letters were too small. So if somebody could just email that to me, I'd appreciate it.
Thanks, Ms. Gorman.
Thank
Are
you.
there questions for the appellant at this point? That's what's next on our format. No one has questions for you, Mr. Becker, so thank you. And we'll move on to presentation from the applicant, which in this case is some city staff members, I think. There's Ms. Grant. Please go ahead, Ms. Grant. You also get 20 minutes, so let me reset this. And whenever you're ready to start, go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Jessica Grant, Supervising Transportation Planner with the City of Santa Barbara. The purpose of tonight is the appeal of the Olive Mill Roundabout project. Next slide. We have 3 presenters. I will provide background on how the roundabout is connected to the 101 widening project and respond to the appellant's concerns. Mr. Bailey will discuss why the roundabout is located where it is and will provide a narrative of how vehicles, bicyclists, and pedestrians navigate the roundabout. Ms. Yanez, Principal Planner with the city and Project Manager for the project, will discuss the aesthetics of the roundabout. Ms. Yanez will also discuss the coordination between the city, county, SBCAG, and Caltrans with this project, as well as coordination with the community. Next slide. To begin, this slide provides a timeline of community engagement and project process. The intersection has a long history dating back to the mid-1990s, forecasting the need for intersection improvements to be consistent with the city and county's intersection level of service thresholds, so future development would not cause future increases in traffic congestion at this intersection. The intersection went under further analysis during the Highway 101 widening project's environmental review process. Next slide. The HOV widening project extends from Santa Barbara to Muscle Shoals in Ventura. Next slide. Specifically, it's the segment 4D of the 101 widening project that would not function in the future without a traffic control change to the Olive Mill, Coast Village Road, Jameson Lane intersection. Next slide. An intersection control evaluation was completed for the project intersection and was approved by Caltrans back in 2016. The evaluation concluded that the roundabout was the only long-term solution that worked. All of this analysis was documented in the certified 101 HOV EIR, including a mitigation plan that states a single lane roundabout shall be located at the Olive Mill intersection. Since the certification of the EIR, the city and SBCAG and Caltrans entered into a memorandum of understanding with the city taking a lead on the project's preliminary design. Next slide. To address the appellant's concerns, the first issue was that no environmental study analyzed VMT impacts for the roundabout project. The roundabout project was before the Planning Commission in August of 2020, and VMT was in effect during that time. So the project, as Ms. Arciniega outlined, did go under review for vehicle miles traveled for the roundabout. And it specifically said transportation projects in CEQA, when you refer to the statute and guidelines, transportation projects that reduce or have no impact on vehicle miles traveled should be presumed to cause less than significant transportation impact. And for roadway capacity projects, agencies have the discretion to determine the appropriate measure of transportation impact consistent with CEQA and other applicable requirements. The next step was that we then planning then referred to the Office of Planning and Research technical guidance on vehicle miles traveled. And in that technical guidance, as Ms. Arciniega outlined during her presentation, that there is a list of projects that would not lead to a substantial or measurable increase in vehicular travel and therefore would not result in a transportation impact under CEQA. And roundabouts are listed as those types of projects. And so you do not have to go to the next level of analysis of induced travel because the roundabouts do not result in additional roadway capacity. Next slide. The appellant's issues 2 and 3 do involve about coastal policies and coastal or city land use policies. Again, this project is improving the existing intersection with respect to addressing traffic congestion. There is no additional lane capacity proposed. So with the CEQA guidance, this does not result in additional vehicle miles traveled. Roundabouts do reduce delay in idling, which requires less energy consumption. And roundabout design accommodates pedestrian and cyclists, further reducing demand for greenhouse gas consumption. So, since this hearing is also a de novo hearing, we have been requested to provide background on the project's design and aesthetics. Here to tell you more about the project design is the traffic engineer, Derek Bailey.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Ms. Grant. Madam Mayor, City Council, good evening. My name is Derek Bailey. As Ms. Grant mentioned, the existing all-way stop traffic control causes delay, and the roundabout is needed to ensure good traffic flow through the intersection well into the future. Now, when the freeway is widened from 4 lanes to 6 lanes, we expect some movements are going to see some volume reduction, while others will see an increase. Now, for example, during the PM peak hour going south, currently the Coast Village Road to North Jameson movement is well used as drivers use North Jameson to avoid queues on the freeway. Those volumes, for example, will go down, but rampant traffic will increase. With the increased capacity on the freeway main line, more traffic moving on the freeway means there'll be more traffic getting on and off the freeway, thus the increased ramp volumes that we need to accommodate. An intersection control evaluation, or ICE, that Ms. Grant referred to a few slides ago was performed in 2016. It was determined that a roundabout is the only configuration that will meet traffic demands, and it's also the safest way to increase capacity over an always stop controlled intersection. Important safety features of a roundabout include curves on the entrances to the roundabout to slow traffic. These curves are designed to bring traffic down to a speed of between 15 and 20 miles an hour, and it gives drivers good reaction time when they're entering the roundabout. Pedestrians have very short crossings, and vehicles approaching the crosswalks approach at very low speeds. And we expect most cyclists are going to ride through the roundabout because it's a single lane roundabout. And because vehicle traffic is slowed to about the same speed as cyclists, cyclists that are not comfortable riding in through the roundabout can circulate around the roundabout just as a pedestrian would. Design-wise, this is a very constrained location. I'll walk you through a very high level overview of how roundabouts are designed. The first step is determining the shape of roundabout. And this is done by simulating the design vehicle for each approach as they travel through the intersection. So for example, we have to accommodate the largest possible semi-trucks on the on and off ramps. Just imagine if the freeway is closed for an emergency and all traffic is being detoured through the intersection, we would expect large trucks to be part of that mix. You'll notice that the shape of the roundabout is slightly oval, and that's because some approaches only need to accommodate buses and fire engines. We're not expecting that really large truck traffic. And that allowed us to reduce the footprint slightly, which is really important given the physical constraints. Positioning the roundabout was also a challenge. We needed to avoid the Montecito Inns property in the southwest quadrant. The recently completed improvements for 1298 Coast Village Road on the northwest, the private residence on the northeast, the freeway bridge structures on the south. And on top of that, the roundabout has to be placed in such a way that creates those nice curves leading into the approaches so that vehicles are properly slowed for safety. And in the space left over, there'll be landscaping, bioretention areas for stormwater quality, and lighting. Our project manager, Laura Yanez, will take over now and walk you through the design aesthetics of the roundabout. Next slide, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Again, I'm Laura Yanez, the City of Santa Barbara, one of the project managers on the project, along with Walter Rubalcaba from the County of Santa Barbara. And I'll be walking you through briefly some of the aesthetic elements of the project. Next slide, please. Upon completion of the preliminary geometric design, Arcadia Studio, the landscape architecture firm, as well as John Maloney, the lighting engineer on the project, were tasked with creating a landscape plan and lighting plan that was consistent with the Coastal Parkway design guidelines and the characteristics of the area. The project was first reviewed by the project's working group, which consisted of 2 members of the Montecito Board of Architectural Review, 2 members of the City Architectural Board of Review, a planning commissioner from the city, Montecito Planning Commissioner, as well as a member of the Historic Landmarks Commission. This project working group made the recommendations that contributed to the aesthetic elements proposed today. The project was then reviewed and received favorable comments from the ABR and the MBAR in a joint hearing. Here you can see we are along Coast Village Road. Looking east, to the right is the Montecito Inn, and to the left is 1298 Coast Village Road. And you're able to see some of the aesthetic elements that we're proposing. Next slide, please. Next slide. All right, here we are on the south side of Olive Mill Road. Previous one, please. Looking northwards towards the mountains. On the left-hand side, you will see an example of the proposed lighting fixtures, which are city standard decorative lights that are dark sky friendly. And the fixtures are domus lights that are painted Malaga green, consistent with the proposed fixtures along Coast Village Road. The proposed lighting fixtures have been reduced since this rendering was created after coordination with adjacent property owners in order to lower the lighting level and not cause impacts to the residents at 1298 as well as visitors at the Montecito Inn. Next slide, please. Here we are on the north side of Olive Mill Road, looking towards the beach. On the right is 1298 Coast Village Road, and on the left is 110 Olive Mill. We are proposing grouted cobble in the truck apron around the center of the roundabout, as well as in the median islands that are too small to be landscaped. This is consistent with the existing Hot Springs roundabout. We are also proposing fitted Santa Barbara sandstone in the 30-inch wall around the center of the roundabout, which is also consistent with the Hot Springs roundabout and the newly constructed walls at 1298 Coast Village Road. Next slide, please. And lastly, we're on North Jameson Lane, looking west. To the right is 110 Olive Mill, and to the left is the freeway off-ramp. Here we can see the proposed trees in the center of the roundabout, which are non-fruiting olives, paying homage to Olive Mill Road, as well as an example of the planted medians. Although the plantings are drought tolerant and low-level plantings in order to ensure we don't obstruct sight lines as vehicles approach the intersection. Next slide, please. And now I'll speak to the public outreach efforts by the city, county, Caltrans, and SBCAG. Throughout the preliminary design phase of the project, there have been numerous outreach efforts in different venues and forums to allow for public participation. The images in the slide are from a public meeting held at the sidewalk or on the sidewalks of 12 in front of 1298 Coast Village Road last fall. The event was attended by all 4 agencies involved in the project and was attended by adjacent property owners, members of the public walking by, as well as business owners along Coast Village Road. The city and county have also attended various Coast Village Road Association meetings, Montecito Association meetings, and held a public meeting or held one-on-one meetings with a lot of the residents adjacent to the project. Next slide, please. Again, as you can see, this slide shows just the number of meetings we've had with both planning commissions, city council, as well as numerous SBCAG hearings with updates of on the 101 HOV project. Next slide, please. And now I'll go into a little more detail as to the coordination efforts with the adjacent property owners. The city and the county understand that construction projects come with a lot of temporary disruptions as well as impacts. Therefore, for us, it's very important to work closely with the property owners and go over each of their concerns and questions. Through the design process, there have been changes in order to accommodate some of the feedback we've gotten, and examples of that is shifts in sidewalks and driveways, changes in stormwater basins, as well as some of the features newly constructed at 1298 Coast Village Road. We've also worked with the resident at 110 Olive Mill and 112 Olive Mill Road, since they were recently impacted by the debris flow, and ensuring that a proposed design was sensitive to their impacts, as well as the changes brought about by the project. We also worked with the Montecito Inn to address some of their bus stop concerns and drainage concerns, and feel that the project plans as presented and the conditions of approval will address any other concerns moving forward. And we will definitely work with the county in ongoing coordination efforts to ensure all of the proposed improvements come about as planned. So now I'd like to bring it back to Ms. Jessica Grant.
Okay, and I stopped the clock just so that I can tell you, you have 3 minutes and 35 seconds left. So you're closing in on your time limit. So go ahead.
Yes, next slide. Just to reiterate, the roundabout project was evaluated for VMT. Roundabouts under the Office of Planning Research lists this project as that would not lead to a substantial or measurable increase in vehicle miles traveled, and therefore would not result in a transportation impact under CEQA. Next slide. Again, the roundabout project will not result in any additional vehicle miles traveled, and nor will it have additional lane capacity with this proposed single lane roundabout. Roundabouts do require less energy consumption than signalized intersections, and the project also accommodates active mobility options for walking and biking. Next slide. We request that the Madam Mayor and City Council members uphold the Planning Commission's decision for approving the coastal development permit. Thank you.
Okay, so you have 2 minutes, 32 seconds left after public comment, if there's something that you want to comment on. So, council members, are there questions for Ms. Grant, Ms. Yanez, or Mr. Bailey, comprising the applicant today? I don't see anyone, but I just wanted to clarify the VMT. What I saw in one of the slides was that the EIR addendum addressed VMT. Can you just reiterate that particular part?
That was, Madam Mayor, that is correct, that VMT was in effect for this project. And so Then we referred to the CEQA statutes and guidelines and also the Office of Planning Research. Through the research, again, the proposed roundabout would not result in any additional lane capacity, and therefore you did not have to go to the next step of further analysis of induced travel demand.
Okay. That was the only question that I just needed a little bit more on. Mr. Friedman, questions for this panel?
Just one question, Madam Mayor, kind of follows up. So in the staff report on page 3, it notes that the 101 HOV revised final EIR concluded that the Highway 101 with the HOV lanes project would result in additional traffic, but that the project before us today is a mitigation measure. So it's a mitigation. So it's not to me, that would be, it's not a separate project on its own, it's a mitigation. And so I just want to understand it. So that's why this project's here, is because it's the 101 project itself that is increasing the VMT. And then this is to mitigate some of the impacts of that. Am I understanding that correctly?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Freeman, I would like to have Ms. Arciniega respond to that question, and I'm happy to follow up with any additional information.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. So it's actually both. So yes, the HOV project identifies constructing a roundabout as one of the required mitigation measures because it was a class 1 impact and they did a statement of overriding consideration saying that there won't be a way to reduce the traffic impacts, but this would minimize it and mitigate it. So, but the problem is that, not problem, but the construction of the roundabout itself also needs a CDP. Also, the HOV mitigation measure specifically states that the roundabout needs to be constructed ahead of the HOV project. So that is why we see the timing of it coming in first for its permit, and then we'll be seeing the segment of the HOV project second. It will also require a development permit. So just it was analyzed. So another clarification too, if I may, the EIR for the HOV project was prepared and certified, but we haven't yet received the development applications for it. We haven't reviewed it yet. And that is what you will review next. And that's, it will require its own permit. Does that clarify?
Yeah, that answers it. This is a unique project. It's a mitigation of that. So that's all I wanted to clarify. So thank you very much.
Any other questions from the City Council? Okay, thanks, folks. We'll go to public comment if there's any. And I would invite my council members to come onto the screen for public comment. Ms. Gorman, are folks waiting on the system?
Madam Mayor and Council, Bob Ludwig has raised his hand. I believe he is the only public speaker. Mr. Ludwig, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Bob Ludwig, now representing the Coast Village Association. I'm also a resident in the area, and have, for 50 years have transacted that intersection as either a vehicle operator or a pedestrian, or in the last year, a cyclist. So I'm painfully aware of the difficulty, and I thank staff for pointing out the very obvious that operates at a very low level of service. If there was something beyond F, I think that intersection might get it. However, I think of the words iatrogenic effect, which is when the cure sometimes gives you a greater disease than the disease it is hoping to cure. And in this case, I'm not here in support of the appeal. Please, I am here only to make comments to the further analysis that your staff has ably done, and the proposed project that I appreciate the Planning Commission spent many hours we in the community have spent years coping with this intersection and hoping for operational improvements. The key issue in our region, we believe, is the loss of the on-ramp southbound at Cabrillo. And until that is reinstalled, I would hope that we would give consideration to delaying this device being installed. I realize the HOV project requires it as a parallel project before the HOV lane can be operational, but the situation on the ground has changed dramatically. And with the loss at Cabrillo southbound on-ramp, Coast Village Road has been functioning as the southbound on-ramp for the 101. And I just do not think that this intersection is going to take the necessary corrective action until and unless we have that rectified at Cabrillo. Finally, I want to say that I'm holding in my hands the 4 pages in your staff report that are the detours and the closures that are going to have to occur during construction. And it is a dramatic impact on our community. I cannot overemphasize that more. Would you please all study those detour and closure plans and put yourself in the position of the people who live in our community and try to operate a business during the 1 year of the creation of this necessary, but hopefully retimed device. Thank you very much. Staff, you've done an incredible job. And I thank you.
Okay, time's up. Did anyone else pop on to the public comment? Ms. Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor.
So we'll close public comment, and this is the opportunity for Mr. Becker to use up the rest of those 9 minutes and 41 seconds. My timer is ready. Mr. Becker, do you have the ability to come back on the screen if you're going to use that time?
I'm going to click the share my webcam button like I was instructed to do last time.
Okay.
There I am.
Yay, there you are. Okay.
All right, thank you. All right. So I have 9 minutes, 46 seconds. First off,
41. Yeah.
The reason why the permits have been for separate, as they appear to be like separate projects, the permits were separated to leverage funds. It's not because these are separate projects, it was done to leverage funds. For instance, do you really think that segment 4D, which will require its own permit, is a different project than segment 4E? They're connected together, the same thing. The permits were separated in segments for fund leverage, not because these are second projects. Can you please put page 6 up there, Sarah? Page 6. Okay. City staff never stated that the Olive Mill Roundabout was a separate standalone project until this CDP was challenged. It was never a separate project in their minds or in their documents until we challenged the CDP. Now, there was an SBCAG meeting that took place about 6 months ago. It was an agenda item at SBCAG where people asked that the San Ysidro roundabout be separated out so it could have its own environmental review. Staff, SBCAG staff said, no, it's inseparable from the HOV project and cannot be looked at separately as far as environmental. Madam Mayor, representing the city, you voted for staff's position on that. You actually put the city on record saying that the San Ysidro roundabout is inseparable from the HOV project and cannot be environmentally reviewed separately from the HOV. You voted for that and you put the city's position on record there officially. The reason why city staff is pretending the roundabout is not part of the HOV project is because the roundabout as an inseparable part of the HOV project would be found to be in violation of the Coastal Act and the city's coastal programs. City staff will not be able to play this game when the CDP application for segment 4E comes before the City Planning Commission and eventually the Coastal Commission. What is city staff going to say then? That segment 4E is not part of the VMT inducing HOV project? Honestly, think about that. In 2017, CAB submitted an environmentally superior alternative to Caltrans during the draft REIR for the HOV project. CAB's alternative was developed from policies that were being developed for SB 743. CAB's alternative called for reducing VMT on Highway 101 by developing sound development and land use planning policies. Our alternative requires no construction. Caltrans, and by the way, your own staff, violated CEQA and refused to consider CAB's environmentally superior alternative. If today's appeal is denied and the CDP is approved, the CDP will likely be appealed to the Coastal Commission. City staff will then have to explain to the Coastal Commission, page 7, please. City staff will then have to explain to the Coastal Commission why the commission should approve a CDP that supports a project that drastically increases VMP, emissions and fuel consumption, and in violation of CEQA, ignored an environmentally superior non-construction alternative that was developed from SB 743. If the Coastal Commission approves the CDP, they will have to explain to federal courts in Washington, D.C. why they approved a major VMT-inducing project and ignored an environmentally superior non-construction alternative. Approving and financing a major VMT-inducing Caltrans project would contradict what the state has been saying in filings in federal courts and lawsuits the state has against US EPA. Supporting a major VMT-inducing project like this one may seriously damage the state's lawsuits against US EPA. And you want to dump this thing in Coastal Commission's lap? If the CCC upholds CAB's appeal, the HOV project will be dead in the water. CAB is willing, and has always been willing, to sit down with staff and discuss our alternative. It would take 2 hours for your staff to perform what we've been asking for 3 years. Take our alternative, compare it to the project, and compare the environmental benefits of our project to this project. We asked Caltrans to do it during the SCIR. They refused, violation of CEQA. We're asking your staff now, please sit down with us. This will take 2 hours. Please continue this item, direct your staff to sit down with us. We'd like to discuss our non-construction alternative, which is superior to this project. And then we can hammer something out. If you don't, and you support this, this goes off to the Coastal Commission, and you're dropping this bag of crap in their lap. And I don't think they're going to be really wanting to support this. If they uphold our appeal, HOV, the entire HOV project is dead in the water. Really, continue this item and ask staff to talk to us. We've been asking staff to talk to us for 3 years. How much time do I have left, Madam Mayor?
3 minutes, 42 seconds.
Good. I'd like to take this time to ask any member of the City Council if you have any questions for me. Ask them now. Ask your questions now during my time, and I will answer them. Do you have any questions? Any one of you have any questions for us?
That's not the procedure. They had an opportunity to ask you questions. This is your rebuttal time period, and I don't see anyone popping on anyway. So go ahead. You have 3 minutes, 30 seconds if you want to use that time. If not, that's fine.
Just put it on record that I offered my time to the City Council to ask me questions. Apparently, they don't have any questions. They don't have any questions at all. It's not improper, Madam Mayor, to offer my time to City Council members to ask questions. That's not proper. I can do it. My time. I think I'm going to basically wrap it up. I think I've said everything. And if you approve the project, it's off to the Coastal Commission we go. But we are asking again to please let us, direct your staff to sit down with us. We've been asking for 3 years. That's the reason why I wanted to have the camera. 3 years we've been asking your staff to sit down with us to discuss our alternative. It would take 2 hours for them, 2 hours to straighten this all out with us. They should have done it to begin with when we submitted our appeal. Would have saved all the time, effort, and energy that the city taxpayers have just gone through. Madam Mayor, city council members, please direct your staff, talk to CAB, talk to us about our alternative, continue this item, and then come back. That's only fair. And I think the Coastal Commission would want to see you do that before you send this lump of coal over to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. And I will reset the timer to 2 minutes 32 seconds. If Ms. Grant wants to say anything else, 2:32. Ms. Grant, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, we do not have any additional comments at this time and happy to answer any questions from the council members. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, well, that concludes everything then. And we will now go to council deliberations. Mr. Becker, we thank you and I say goodbye to your image, but hang out and you're in the meeting still. Any city council members would like to start this deliberations? Someone must jump on. Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually have a question.
Okay.
If we delay this, how would that affect the overall timeline for the project?
Ms. Grant, Ms. Gosh, I'm messing up her name here. Ms. Cienega, Ms. Grant, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, as far as for the timeline for this project, currently we're just in the appeal phase for this is a first stop at City Council and then the Board of Supervisors next month. We're hoping to finalize design for the project by the end of the year, the preliminary design, and go back to the design review boards. And after that, then Caltrans and SBCAG would take the project to go into final design from there and then look for construction. An exact construction date has not been identified yet, but there has been construction funds identified.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Gutierrez, anything else?
Sorry. So there's still time for some of those issues that were brought up to be addressed.
Sure. Mr. Bailey, did you want to add something? Did you want to? No. Oh, Mr. Bailey, there you are. Go ahead.
I shifted. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, just to add to what Ms. Grant said, the magnitude of the delay could affect the construction sequencing. SBCAG is working to identify construction funds for the final segment of the freeway widening project. So whether or not this project goes before or after that could be affected by any delay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. It looked like Mr. Friedman that you had jumped on there before Mr. Jordan. So go ahead, please, Friedman.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just be brief. I appreciate the issues that were raised. When I look at this though, what really stands out is that the VMT was addressed in an EIR addendum. And the technical analysis from the state is that the roundabouts are one of the exemptions because they don't induce vehicle miles traveled. This is also a mitigation project, and the 101 project itself, the widening, is where the VMT, according to the EIRs, I'm going to say vehicle miles traveled according to the environmental impact reports, trying not to use acronyms for the public. The 101 HOV project itself is where the vehicle miles traveled are reduced, and this was a mitigation project. So I think it's pretty straightforward on that. So I'm going to move to deny the appeal, and based on the findings that are in the staff report and that the Planning Commission also made.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Do you have a second?
I'll second that just for discussion. And I have a couple quick questions, if I can. Is that all right?
Questions, okay.
Ms. Grant, could I just cut to the chase with a couple questions here? Have you guys seen anything here today that changes our stance on our project?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, no.
Okay, and to the point of considering a delay, it would be reasonable to delay only if you were given or shown material items to work on during that delay time, right? That's what you would want as a staff member, right?
Councilmember Jordan, can you be more specific?
Well, I just asking for a delay for just a delay because somebody asked for a delay doesn't seem like it accomplishes anything to benefit you. There's nothing material that I haven't seen anything in the presentation today that brings up any material issues in our stance. So unless those were brought up and presented to you, a delay for just the reason of delay is not really conducive to moving this project along, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you both. And if no one else is jumping on to make comments, I will say that I will be voting for the motion. I thank Mr. Becker and Mr. Wentz for the watchdog work that they do on these issues. I appreciated his argumentation, but I am persuaded that the appeal issues have been addressed, and I'm ready to vote, make the findings, and agree with the Planning Commission and their good work. Ms. Clerk, I don't see anyone else wanting to make remarks, and so let's go ahead and take a roll call vote. Ms. Gorman, and I think you're understanding the motion is pretty straightforward at this point.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, we have a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan, to deny the appeal based on the findings in the staff report and those made by the Planning Commission. And let me get a pen, excuse me. Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon has recused from this item. Mayor Murillo.
Aye. Okay, so that passes 6-0 with Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon recusing herself from this matter. We appreciate everyone's work and participation in this item. We will close this item and we'll go to committee assignment reports from our council members. If you have things to report, activities that you've participated in over the last, you stayed with us, Ms. Sneddon. Thank you very much. Go ahead and give your report.
It was riveting. I did stay. I attended two virtual events this week. One was, many of us attended the Bread and Roses event, and the other was the Santa Barbara City College Foundation Gala. And I just want to say both of them really highlighted to me how tight-knit our community is and how we come together. And even with COVID, we still managed to find ways to really support each other. They were very uplifting events. That's it for this week.
Thank you. Any other council member reports? Mr. Friedman.
I think, Madam Mayor, as part of the League of Cities annual meeting, I attended the Coastal Cities Group annual conference, and we talked about sea level rise in particular throughout the state, and building up next year with the relationship with the cities, the Coastal Commission, and the counties. So it was a very productive discussion by the Coastal Cities Group, and I represent our region on that. So look forward to reapply to serving on that committee next year.
Thank you for your service and representing the city. I'll report quickly that just one final word on the proclamation for Indigenous Peoples Day, that because of COVID, festivities in De La Guerra Plaza, originally belonging to the Chumash, of course, were not possible. People talked about a barbecue, a song, a ceremony, and that'll just have to wait until next year. So thank you to everyone. We are meeting next week. So I'll go ahead and close this meeting. Meeting adjourned.